All right, welcome everybody. I will call this meeting, this final meeting of the Nevada Interim Public Lands Committee to order. Let's start with the roll. If the secretary would please call the roll.
Senator Cruz Crawford,
Present.
Senator Hansen, Assemblymember Anderson,
Present.
Assemblymember Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Jones,
Present.
Chair Scheibel.
Here. We do have a quorum. We have a lot to get through today, so I just want to thank everybody for being here. Remind you all that we will have one period of public comment at the beginning. We will go through the agenda roughly in order. I think that a couple of people have approached me about scheduling conflicts, which is always fine. I'm happy to make adjustments. And if you do have some scheduling issues and still want to let us know about those, just let our secretary know. But we'll go roughly in order. We also have a work session today. The work session is listed at the end of the agenda, but we will probably take it earlier to ensure that all of our members are able to participate. I think a number of you have reviewed the work session document. It is a living document, so we may be adding some things to the agenda or to the document based on our conversations today. And I'm not sure if I said this already, at the end, there will be another opportunity for public comment. The format of our meeting, I think most of you have been here before, is that our presenters will come up to the table in the front and give their presentations. The members will have some time to ask questions, and then we will move on to the next presentation. Like I said, we do have a lot to get through today, so while I never want to cut anybody off or stifle conversation, I may try to move us along, especially towards the end, to get all of us out of here between 4 and 5 p.m. With that all being said, I really want to thank the Moapa Band of Paiutes for inviting us here to their tribal land this morning and allowing us to use this wonderful space and allowing us to bring our road show here and set up all of the equipment, including a Zoom link so that individuals who are not able to make it to Moapa are still able to participate in the Public Lands Committee meeting, because public participation is very important to us. I think that's all the housekeeping I have for now. When you come up to the front, you have to turn on the microphone. Please say your name for the record every time that you speak so that we can reflect it accurately in the minutes. And with that, I will open up the first period of public comment. Anybody wishing to give public comment in person is invited forward to do so now. I don't see anybody. Yeah, come on forward. Yeah, anybody wishing to give public comment can come up here in Moapa. We ask that you limit your comments to about 2 minutes, and give us your name first, and then go ahead. We have to turn on the microphone. There's a little button with the person on it.
Well, I can't hear very good besides that, but I'd like to thank you, all of you, McDonald, Mr. O'Donnell, all of you, Marilyn and Patrick there behind me. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today, with you people. But I just wanted to make a comment and stuff, about the I guess the federal land sales and permits, because it does involve the Moapa Band of Paiutes on new development stuff. And it's always concerned me about the water issue all the time, and I feel like the water itself is not a mineral where we define it as a mineral, because the minerals are pretty simple. The concrete and stuff, we don't use gold or coal or whatever in that mineral to build this concrete, but the walls or whatever it might be. And I always felt like it's a commodity, and I always feel like the reservation's always been threatened by these new development stuff. In fact, our water goes down this river. I walk this my little walk every morning and evening by the river that goes down. We have an artesian well up here called Warm Springs, and it goes up and down due to the farmers down below us. But my concern is that the river has nothing to do with Lake Mead down there, because sometimes it doesn't go down to the Colorado River. fact, you go back in history where John Benelli had illegal actions against St. Thomas and Overton and Logandale at one time because of the shortage of water never getting down there. But then Mesquite over here, the Virgin River runs down, it dries up right there by the riverside on up. It doesn't run down to the Colorado River unless on wet years. And the Colorado River, you know, I can't say speak so much about the river itself, but I know it runs down. I worked a lot of cows over there in Pierce's Ferry and stuff. But it's always run the same amount, but that's where the mouth of the Colorado River comes into the Lake Mead. But these are my concerns and stuff. Committee is that, you know, I don't, I guess more or less, I don't agree on the tribe, the state taking over on some of our waters. We lose it. You know, if we don't use it, we lose it. You know, as long as this reservation was set aside on I can't say a treaty, but on an executive order, it's a reservation that was established years ago. And I can't speak for that, what had happened and stuff, but I know my grandfather had Indian Springs and what you call Tilly Springs at the time, the artesian well there, and also the artesian well there at Warm Springs. And there's quite a few of them, what my uncle told me about the artesian wells there at the Las Vegas Valley. But anyway, I'd like to just thank you. But anyway, I'm not sure how much time I have, but anyway, part of what my uncle has always told me, Paiute means water. Paiute, you think about Tonopah, you think about Pahrump, all these places. There's this underground lake under here, under this, right here where we are right now, what my uncle told me. There's some of these caves that they go into, these natives and stuff, years and years ago, that they could hear the water underneath the earth. But anyway, I'd like to leave that with you, is that I'm glad to be a part of this today. And believe me, I'm nervous. I'm a cattleman. Thank you very much. You know.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time to be here and sharing your comments with us. Is there anybody else here in Moapa who wants to make public comment?
Atuichuk, Nuniniam, Darren Debota, Moapa Tipo. Good morning. My name is Darren Debota. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Moapa Band of Paiutes. I'm glad to see our delegates are down here onto our reservation. This is the first time this has happened. So this is historic for us. And, you know, I just have a few comments. You know, one, mainly it's regarding BLM. My first concern impacts all tribes in Nevada. It's the cultural surveys. Because under the BLM guidelines, it's 25. Nick, help me out. I forgot it is now. The survey line. It's 25. 30 meters. Sorry about that. I just went out of my skipped my mind for a second. Because around us, Arizona and California, they have 15 with BLM. And even with NPS here in Nevada, it's 15. And for us, we're running into a lot, especially with solar development that's happening in the southern area, and then also for the northern area, mining, is that, you know, they're missing a lot of cultural sites that are impacting not just my reservation, but all tribes in Nevada. So just, you know, to look at that, because that has to come through the legislation to pass that, that for BLM to change that. And then another concern I have is that we have with Endell, we have bighorn sheep that come on our reservation, but we cannot hunt them. That's a concern that we've always had, and we found out, again, it has to be passed by the legislation, that for us on our reservation to hunt bighorn sheep. And that's one of the things I think that as our community has grown over time, that we've lost that balance that we used to do with hunting, you know, teaching our next generation that hunting bighorn, because in Southern Nevada, most of the petroglyph panels are the bighorn, and that's the signature of the Southern Paiutes. So for us not to hunt that bighorn that come on our reservation, you know, it's disheartening, And, our council always has brought this up and with NDAL, and later on, we found out. Our elder talked about, Norm, is water. Our tribe has a water agreement with state engineer, but we had to put it to beneficial use. We have groundwater and surface water. The tribe is still working to get our federal adjudicated water rights. So, moving forward on our end as a council, the state engineer understands, once it's quantified, it could be more than what we're allocated. But because of where we're located at, and right now we are leasing our surface water to SNWA. We're barely tapping into groundwater. We do have solar projects, but solar projects are only when they're in full production at the beginning, then you're consuming water. But once they're finished and established, they're only using the bare minimum of 50 acre feet of water a year. And we do have wells that are out there, and we do have one of the wells that is feeding our enterprise out there, the Tribal Plaza truck stop out there. And so, for us to look at that and to continue to look at economic development as the council moves forward, and just not to be worried about the beneficial use, because of, we still are trying to develop in our community, not just economic, but housing, because, we have 300 and plus members. About half of them live off the reservation. They want to come back to the reservation, but we have no housing. And so, those are concerns the council and our community has been looking at for a long time. That housing and also economic development, because of I think last 3 years, we finally got a hard line out to our plaza, our truck stop. For almost 40 years, we're using generators to operate our plaza. Now we're finally hooked up to the grid. So for us we did that ourselves as the council for our economic development, and has taken us all this time to get where we are. And, we want to look into these endeavors of future development out at the plaza. And just moving forward, I appreciate again that you guys are coming out to the reservation, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else wishing to give public comment here in Moapa? Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Vernon Lee. I'm a member of the Moapa Band of Paiutes. I speak for myself. I think some of the positions may be universal with all natives, but I guess I'd like to thank you for being here, all of you. You took time out and you're here. I can see we've actually got senators here, assemblymen. That's good. Maybe something can change. I'm not here to beat up anybody. I didn't expect this caliber of crowd, and that's good. You guys are pretty high level, but it's a state sponsored thing. And of course we're federal. And globally speaking, tribes are unique in that a lot of tribes have treaties. And they say that treaties are the supreme law of the land, and yet I don't know if there's a single treaty that actually stood. There were 365 treaties signed between 1771 and 1871. That's ancient history, but it's a living document. And as Native nations across the country, that, we're dealing with, who we have to deal with. Here, I think we are subordinate to the county, and it's supposed to be federal to federal, nation to nation. It just simply does not exist. We've been trying to get some land for a while now, and it seems as though if we don't satisfy the county, that it's going to die on the vine. And that's far from nation to nation, far from, the understanding of what treaties are supposed to be. You know, most natives, they like the, basically the land, water, and food. Our tribe used to be 2.2 million acres. It was reduced to 1,000 acres. That's a unbelievable reduction in land. And we got 71,000 acres in 1980. That took 10 years to do. And, we're still facing the same problems. In the first part of the Constitution, it says natives will not be taxed. Well, today I think we're fighting the county because the county's trying to come into our reservation and tax our solar projects. They're located on the reservation, made by private monies, and they have no right. So we have to face them off, presumably in court. I think our attorneys are on that, but that happens all the time across the nation with a lot of tribes. Now, some tribes have got money and they can fight those battles. A lot of tribes don't. They're small, they're poor. And then, of course, you got the big gaming tribes and they pretty much have anything they want. I sure wish they'd help us poor tribes. But, the land and the water right now, I believe we're under threat by, I guess, state engineer, maybe Southern Nevada Water Authority. We're kind of faced with a possible scenario of use it or lose it. And, that's a big deal. I'm not sure how that's going to be resolved. Historically speaking, our tribe in the original executive order that established our tribe, our southern border went to the center of the Colorado River and of the 2.2 million acres. So that would put us in a position of standing in court if in fact that existed. Well, it did, but that was erased, hundreds of years ago. So I don't know if there's any validity in that. There should be, but there probably isn't. The BLM is always our adversary. We're after land. They say, well, when they do the when they put it up for sale, land disposals, the millions and millions of dollars to try to get that land, we can't even touch it. It would break us to try to buy some land. And you get the big corporate developments and they come in with their buildings and they buy it all up. And, they just have their way. So, there's a lot of things that can be said in a global fashion. Historically, it was described as there was actually genocide, ethnic cleansing, cultural erasure, and forced removal. And that's kind of how I see the federal government. They're not just adversarial. They have a tendency to want to sweep us under the rug. We've had meetings before. We've had BLM here and other dignitaries, and it usually lands on ears that have no authority to make any decisions. We give them our gripes, and a lot of them are valid. Maybe all of them are valid. And nobody up there can make a decision, or at least on the panel back then. Here we've got some senators and assemblymen at a state level, but any help is good help for us. So I do appreciate this level of people being here. I could probably go on for an hour about different things, but one of the things I'd like to bring up is that, the Native Americans have been, swept under the rug, if you will, in a way forgotten about or set aside. And I say that because, through the history of the United States and all of the things that have happened, that today in the Congress, there are representatives from the Marianas Islands, U.S. Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands. They all have a voice in the Congress. Native Americans aren't there. It's almost like we have no standing, yet we are federal. We're supposed to be nation to nation. All of that doesn't exist. Now, how we get to that point is probably near impossible to be able to get a voice in Congress. Now, I know those territories don't have a vote in Congress, but they do have a vote on the committees. And as tribal nations, it's hard for us to get a first grip on how we do that, because usually we're just passed off or basically kind of forgotten, or like the land that we're trying to get is only a small piece of what the 2.2 million acres used to be. It should be a valid claim, and yet we are subordinate to the county. The county doesn't approve on what we want, and one of their conditions was, yeah, we'll give you the land, but no water. And, you know, I went down that road to Jim Santini, if you even remember who he is, about the first land claim. And my argument then was the same thing. He said, yeah, you guys can have the land, but not the water. And we had a little heated debate about that. And that was, I think, in 1978. But anyway, we do have land and water issues. We want them to be considered at the right level, which we really should have a strong position. And I hope that you people can hear me, understand me, and try to realize the rights that tribes across this nation have. That would include the Hawaiians and the Alaskans. But it's just that it's hard to try to even get an audience with our senators. It's a hard road. It's not easy being Native. And it's not easy. It's not easy for me to be here and tell you these things. It's kind of a basic understanding that I know, I grew up with, and it's something that you guys need to be concerned with, let alone the federal people. There's more I could say, but it's more negativity that has happened in the country. I think my 2 minutes are up. I appreciate you being here. And I hope that there's some kind of advocacy can be done for Native peoples here in Nevada and across the U.S. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Anybody else here in Moapa? Please go ahead.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Mervyn Wright Jr. I'm from Pembroke Lake Paiute Tribe. Just wanted to impress upon you the simple elements of life and the origins of life. It all comes from the ground. It all comes from the land. You know, beneath in the center of our planet is the fire. You know, and the fire is the beginning of life. Our Mother Earth, you know, comes next. The water, then our plants, and then the air we breathe. Those are the simple elements. And you remove one of those elements, you won't have life. Very simple, you know, a very simple concept. And each and one of us, you have an origin also, your family origins, your people. You know, the 4 colors of man have their origins around this, our Mother Earth. And over time, things have changed. And you heard it here from the gentleman that spoke. In today's society brings challenges that we've never had before. And even though the work I do, and you'll hear a little bit about it later on in our testimony, in our presentation, you know, it is about trying to achieve a balance. You know, and you have competing demands on the land. And it's obvious that there's an imbalance when you have competing demands. But the forum that you serve certainly is working to achieve a balance, you know, amongst those competing demands. And from a Native perspective, it is always about protecting our land. It's always about protecting life, the resources, water. And those four elements exist with us. The fire is the spark in our heart that keeps it beating. Our body itself, the physical body, is what represents our Mother Earth. Our body is made up of over 90% of water. And the air we breathe becomes a part of us through our lungs into our blood. And so this is the connection that we see. This is how we see the world around us. And when we talk about the connection that exists, that's what it comes down to. And so for each of you, as a committee representative, it's my hope that you can understand, I think from a Native perspective, what it is that we advocate and why we advocate the way we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anybody else here in Moapa? All right, I'm not seeing anybody else come forward to give public comment here in person in Moapa. So we will go to the phone lines for any additional public comment.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Again, if you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now. Caller with the last 3 digits, 736, please press *6 to unmute your phone. You may begin. Caller, you are unmuted on our end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
All right, thank you. Catherine Rios calling in support of wild horses on our public lands. BLM manages horses and burros as wild regardless of their native or non-native status. USFS and BLM land combined indicate livestock has 257 million acres and wild horse and burro has 29.4 million acres. Livestock has allotted AUMs of 20,571,997 and wild horse and burro allotted AUMs are 340,404. Bureau of Land Management active employee, now retired, went on a podcast with hunters and trappers discussing wild horses and burros and their bad intentions for our federally protected wild horses and burros. Nevada Department of Wildlife has been installing small and large water guzzlers, diverting and directing natural water sources into them, placing rocks around them to prevent water runoff, fencing the guzzlers off to deny and prevent wild horses and burros from accessing any of the water in the surrounding area. Per Instruction Memorandum 2013-094, there are drought protocols in place. The drought management protocol includes increased field monitoring of range conditions and water sources, temporary or permanent reductions of authorized AUN, early removal of livestock or delayed turnout, coordination with permittees to modify grazing use, emergency water hauling for wild horses and wildlife where water sources have dried up. Nevada Department of Agriculture active employee managing the Virginia range wild horses has referred to wild horses on social media as range rats. KOLO did a news story indicating wild horses were the cause for the Shoshone HMA failing land house. This story was not only biased, but incorrect. BLM's own data clearly shows the entire Shoshone HMA is failing due to livestock, not wild horses and burros. National Academy of Sciences indicates the appropriate management level has been changed many times. One of the causes for it to change has been due to political process. KOLO should have done a better job researching the information and providing facts. Bureau of Land Management contractor aggressively went after a member of the community where there was a bait trap installed.
That is 2
Wild
minutes.
horses and burros are not.
Next caller, please.
Hello, Chair Scheibel, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Scott Beckstead. I'm the Government Relations and Policy Director for American Wild Horse Conservation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. I did submit written comments, and I hope the committee will take the time to review those comments. American Wild Horse Conservation is a Nevada-based nonprofit and the leading wild horse conservation organization in the country. We are especially concerned with wild horses and burros living on Western public lands. We believe that it's time for fundamental reform of the Bureau of Land Management's wild horse and burro program. And we believe that there is a better approach that focuses on much more cost-effective and much more humane on-range management practices, including and especially the use of reversible fertility control to manage wild horse populations and wild burro populations. We also understand and acknowledge that the Bureau of Land Management is operating under a multi-use mandate. We understand and acknowledge the needs of ranchers and livestock producers and other users of our public lands. What we are advocating is an acknowledgement that wild horses and burros belong on those Western public lands, that they have a place, that they are federally protected by the Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act of 1971. And we are prepared to enter into conversations with stakeholders to talk about a new management paradigm that is more cost-effective, more humane, and that accommodates the desires of all of our public lands users. So thank you so much again for your service. Thank you for considering our views, and I will sign off.
Caller with the last three digits, 408. Please press *6 to unmute your phone. You may begin.
Hi, excuse me, my name is Cambria Smith. I just got really nervous all of a sudden. Nevada is a fence out state, not fence in. So fencing is a formula for no water access for wild horses. And our public lands matter. Nevada's water is finite. Money can't make it either, but it can buy it though. And wild horse and burros matter very much to the majority of American citizens like me. And equity matters 100% in regards to America's public lands multi-use, BLM's motto. And the water is water access to wild horse and burro is a right for them, but it's being denied through per usual squeeze play, through special interest, conflicts of interest that set them up to just be removed, and then blaming water often as the #1 reason, like saying there's a drought. The voices of the American people should matter, but to me it seems like no one's listening to them in these agencies that will decide what they will despite what the people want or don't want. And we want to keep our wild horse and burro. We want them to stay, and we don't want their rights under their federal law, 1971 federal law, to be taken away or further reduce them to genocide. Removing these horses to low AMLs is a formula for wild horse genocide because the numbers are too low and not based on evidence-based data. Much like removing indigenous people in America's past, now removing wild horses from the American people in general. In Nevada, the horses have no voice, so we try to speak for them and other people out of the state and around the world as well, for the future generations and the future generations of horses and humans. These horses depend upon us speaking up for them, but will Nevada agencies like the BLM ever really listen or change? If not, then these icons and symbols of freedom in the West will disappear forever and ruin Nevada lands, in my opinion, by the loss of their presence. Thank you very much.
There are no other callers to provide public comment at this time.
All right, thank you so much. That will take us to the next item on our agenda. Approval of the meeting minutes from April 24th and May 15th. One of the committee members did point out to me that on April 24th, we also had on the very first page under other legislators present, Assemblymember Alexis Hansen was also present. If we could add her. Are there any other remarks about the minutes? I'm not seeing any. I would accept a motion to approve both of them with that one minor change.
So moved.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Anderson.
Second.
We have a second from Assemblymember Moore. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously to approve the minutes from both of those meetings. Thank you, everybody. And we will now move on to agenda item number 4, our first presentations of the day from Clark and Nye counties. I will allow you to decide who goes first. Or you can do it together.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go first because I have a conflicting NACO meeting that I'm trying to get to, so I appreciate the indulgence. I am Marilyn Kirkpatrick with the Clark County Commission, and I do represent this area, so thanks for coming out to see this area. We go all the way to Mesquite, and we actually go to the center of town, so we have a wide variety. But so I wanted to give you a little bit of context before we get started on the presentation so you understand how we got to where we're at today. So back in prior to the last legislative session, I was asked to sit on the governor's housing task force. 25 very long and I would say painful meetings at times on how do we resolve that issue. And thank you for passing AB 540 because I think it's helpful and it's a start to where we need to go. But upon that meeting, we had BLM, we had developers, we had local government, we had state folks, we had at least 40 people that sat on those calls. And so we came to a resolution at AB 540. But what we learned during that process is that maybe I was a little bit too old because I remembered SNPLMA, but most of the people on there had no idea what even the acronym stood for or what the process was for. So then upon finishing that, working on the legislation, there was a meeting with the Department of Interior and with the Secretary of Housing. And so in that meeting was very direct. And if you know me, I was direct right back. But the conversation was, it's all local government's fault. Local government is the problem for everything. You have to streamline the process. So myself, I took it as a challenge and I said, okay, I'm going to streamline the process. So I did 25 more painful meetings, but then we created a working document that we could really start working towards educating people on the process, looking at regulations to see what we could and could not do. Commissioner Gibson and Commissioner Jones, we all chaired a different portion of it. We actually now talk to everybody in the same fashion so that we have the same points out there. So we can't streamline everything. At some point, it's gotta work. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Marcy because Marcy Hinson was the first person I called to help me put it all together to keep everybody on task. And she will start with our presentation, then I'll fill in where possible.
Good morning, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. Marcy Hinson. I serve as the county's director of the Department of Environment and Sustainability. We do everyone's favorite things. We serve as the Air Pollution Control Agency for Southern Nevada. We implement a regional compliance program for the Endangered Species Act on behalf of the county and all of the cities. We implement climate and sustainability programs, and we advise the commission on public lands and land management policy. So this morning, we wanted to give you a little bit of context since we're meeting in Southern Nevada on federal lands in Clark County. It's our obligatory, here's the status of federal lands in Southern Nevada. We'll talk a little bit about SMPLMA and some key statistics that are important for Southern Nevada related to the act. We'll review density, compactness, and building stock, especially as it relates to SNPLMA, how much land is available for sale, what impact is that having on housing and commercial development here in Southern Nevada, and then what steps can the county take and has taken with regard to improving the availability of that land, and then also streamlining processes so that people can get access and get particularly housing on the ground as quickly as possible. And then we'll talk about the multiple species habitat conservation plan and how that's also a streamlining process that helps us move projects through the pipeline as quickly as possible. So as you all are very familiar with, Clark County, like many counties in the state of Nevada, are dominated by federal land. There are 5.1 million acres in Clark County. 4.5 of them are administered by one land management agency or another. That leaves about 600,000 acres of non-federal land. This is a map of Clark County and a listing of all of the different agencies that administer land here in Southern Nevada. So we might have almost every single one of them. Forest Service, Department of Defense, we have Bureau of Reclamation, and then we also have, highlight agencies like the National Park Service, which conserves and manages the Lake Mead National Recreation Area, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We've got the largest wildlife refuge in the lower 48 states here in Southern Nevada. And then, of course, the Moapa Wildlife Refuge, which is basically right down the street from here. But the agency that does the most land management here in Southern Nevada is the Bureau of Land Management. They manage over 3 million acres, and they have a multiple use mandate, which means that they are trying to balance all of the different land demands and uses here in Southern Nevada. So it's everything from designating areas as special recreation management areas to managing Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area, and then bringing new things like national monuments, the Abiqua Bay National Monument, to fruition, and to manage that for the cultural and natural resources protection. Oops, I gotta get my buttons right. All right, so of many of the benefits of having federal lands here in Southern Nevada includes that they're protected and set aside for public benefit and for conservation of our local cultural and natural resources. This is an analysis that staff did for the Board of County Commissioners when it was considering a resolution to support the America is Beautiful initiative. You may remember that that was a goal to get 30% of all lands, freshwater, and oceans into conservation status by 2030. So the board was considering a resolution in support of that, and staff was happy to report that we are there. We are well surpassing 30% conservation lands here in Clark County. So the gap on here refers to a land status classification done by the USGS. That's how the initiative was assessing and characterizing acres. So you can see here in Southern Nevada that 3.1 million acres is afforded GAP 1 and 2 protections. Those are the highest level of biodiversity protection classified by USGS. GAP 3 was another 1 million acres, and only about 13% of all lands in Southern Nevada have no conservation protection, so GAP 4 lands. So we're in good shape in terms of conserving our local natural resources and cultural resources and contributing to that overall vision for 30% conservation. So the other side of that, which also includes a conservation perspective, is lands that can be made available in Southern Nevada for sale under competitive auction. And that came about as a result of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, or SMPLMA. It was enacted by Congress in 1998. It's administered by the Bureau of Land Management through the Department of Interior. And it identifies a boundary here in Southern Nevada, which is basically a ring around the valley, anything within which can be disposed of by the Bureau of Land Management through a competitive auction. And so that has been instrumental in making sure that we have land available for housing and commercial development, and also public infrastructure, things like schools, parks, police stations, fire stations. The revenues from which are managed and deposited to a special account and can be used for certain expenditures, which I'll review a little bit. So as Commissioner Kirkpatrick said, one of the things that we've been learning over the last couple of years is that we've had a lot of turnover in Southern Nevada from when the act was first passed. We've had turnover at local agencies. We've had turnover within the Bureau of Land Management, and we also realized that we have a lot of turnover in the development community and that this process had become a little bit of a black box. Folks did not know how to access lands for sale. So the way the process generally works is that a developer will nominate a parcel for sale to a unit of local government. The unit of local government will assess that parcel, will look at compatibility with the proposed use with our master plan and zoning. And we also put it out to all of the regional agencies for potential reservation. So not to sell because we'll need it for a police station, park, fire station, etc. So we may hold back some of those parcels to be able to provide public infrastructure. Those parcels get put in front of the Board of County Commissioners for formal vote and approval. And if they're voted for approval, they go to the Bureau of Land Management. And that starts a formal adjudication process and their own evaluation internally. If a parcel clears that process, the BLM then sends a request to the Appraisal Valuation Services Office of the Department of Interior, which is an independent agency which will set the fair market value. And that is the base upon which any bids at the competitive auction can occur. The land is auctioned, or those parcels are made available for public comment and then put up for competitive auction online. Again, the minimum bid being fair market value. And then the revenues are distributed into a special account. So those revenues are distributed at 85% special categories of funding. Those are capital improvements on federal lands. There are conservation initiatives on federal lands. There's an Eastern Nevada category that helps manage wildfire risk and sage-grouse habitat. There's a category specifically dedicated to parks, trails, and natural areas. And then there's also a category of funding for implementation of the multiple species habitat conservation plan. 10% goes to water infrastructure and 5% goes to the state education budget to be distributed through that state department. So current program statistics, just under 68,000 acres were set aside for disposal in SNPLMA. About 44,000 acres has either been sold or leased conveyed through the RMPP process. About 27,000 acres remain and upwards of $4 billion has been generated. So in terms of acres that are nominated for disposal, this is where we started to see some concerns about, why folks weren't accessing this process and availing themselves of the acres that were still remaining. And so you can see here in 2023, the number of acres that were nominated for disposal. In 24, we sort of hit rock bottom. The only conveyance that occurred was an affordable housing project in Commissioner Jones' district. And then 25, a little bit of an uptick, but doesn't really match all of the interests that we were seeing from commercial developers and residential developers. And then this is year to date on 2026. And so one of the things that we realized was happening was there was only one land sale a year. There used to be two. And there was a lot of time, 18 to 24 months in between when a parcel is nominated by a developer and when it goes up for auction. And as we all know, economic conditions are changing literally by the hour. And so a developer who may have put in a nomination 18 months ago may not be in the same economic situation. That also carries with the appraisal process. So an appraisal that was done 18 months ago, the on-the-ground market conditions can be completely different. So a developer who intended to bid on a parcel, the economics may be different, and that parcel may have been, valued higher than what it's currently valued. So let's take a look at, especially with all of the interest in developable land here in Southern Nevada, how much remains in SNPLMA that's actually developable. And so 27,000 acres remain, but what is feasible for development is closer to 23,000 acres. And the primary driver there is slope. So residential developers really don't want to develop parcels that have a slope greater than 7%. And for commercial developers, their max is 12%. And so even though there's 27,000 acres remaining, the feasible developable acres is more like 23,000. And then we've also taken a look at what's available in terms of private land, and it's just under 11,000 acres. So we're total at about 33,000 acres left in Southern Nevada for development, either through BLM disposal or private land. To put that number in context, we develop between 4,000 and 5,000 acres on average, dating back to the 1950s. That number is pretty steady. And so if you divide 33,000 by 4,500, we're at about 8 years left of developable land, if those numbers hold. So what are the tools in the toolbox? One of those tools is to make sure that all the units of local government are increasing density and compactness and making good use through our planning and zoning tools. And so this is data from a recent Johns Hopkins University study that looked at compactness, density, and street connectivity of 233 communities across the nation. And so we are doing pretty well here. I know that would be a surprise. The narrative is that we're a sprawl community. Johns Hopkins says otherwise, which we kind of know when we look at that map of federal lands, and all of the development is concentrated in Las Vegas Valley, and that's where all of our population lives. But it's good to see sort of an independent arbitrator of that information. So we're on the right track. Our master plans do include increased density where appropriate, and to continue to make sure that we are focused on compactness and connectivity of our transportation and street systems. So another tool that's in the toolbox is redevelopment. We hear a lot about redevelopment, and in the urban renewal cycle, there's sort of a pattern that exists, and that is when buildings reach about 50 years of age, that's really when the economics makes most sense for a developer to flip that property, to raise that building and to do something different, and to maybe increase its use and utilization. And the fact of the matter is Southern Nevada remains a pretty young community. Las Vegas was incorporated in 1905. And so we're behind a lot of communities that we're told to model after. A lot of those communities are much older than we are, and they have a lot more building stock that makes financial sense to turn over. Here in Southern Nevada, buildings that are greater than 50 years is about 11%. That number is going to double in the next 13 years. So we'll continue to look for opportunities to redevelop those properties and increase their utilization. So what else have we done if we're a little bit behind the curve on redevelopment and we're hitting the mark on density? Well, we started having quarterly meetings with BLM senior management about the land sale nomination and auction process. And so we were able to get BLM to commit to having 2 land sales a year and to help work with us on streamlining these processes. One thing that happens when you get through the 18 to 24 month period of getting a parcel from nomination to land sale, a lot of property owners are right back in the BLM line so that they can receive a right of way to service that property with a BLM right of way for utilities, for example. And so at one point when we first started these meetings, the BLM had an application backlog for RMPP rights of ways or leases in the Las Vegas field office of 650 applications. So your right of way to service a parcel may take upwards of 3 years after you've waited 2 years for an auction. So we started initiating those meetings. Commissioner Kirkpatrick spoke of her leadership on standing up 5 coordinated work groups to look at everything from land sale nominations to streamlining the process. Commissioner Jones led the streamlining committee process. And we also made a big push to ask for reforms of the federal process, both in Federal Register publication and in the appraisal process. So just getting the comment period published in the Federal Register for a land sale was taking 10 months to a year. That's just getting the Federal Register noticed. That's an authority that can be delegated out of DC to the Nevada State BLM Director. So a coalition of all of the local cities in the county and developers sent a letter to the Secretary of Interior asking him to consider delegating that authority to the State Director. We also held a first and one of its kind meeting with the National Director of the Appraisal Valuation Services Office to look at opportunities to streamline that appraisal process and to make sure that the market conditions were matching that minimum bid, that fair market value that was set. And we have been directing nomination and process fixes ever since in these committee discussions. So this is the working report that Commissioner Kirkpatrick spoke of. It's a work in progress. So we have a list of action items that are in various forms of completion. Some of them have been completed and some of them are in process, but this is the outcome of those 5 coordinated working groups.
This is Marilyn Kirkpatrick. So I just want to elaborate a little bit on this report, and happy to get each and every one of you a copy of it. But you know, some of the things we heard were the market rates. So when we asked the AVSO, how do you determine it? And they said, really, we call the main line and ask what's the highest and best use for that land. And that kind of determines it. We said, well, that doesn't necessarily work, because across the state, not everybody even has a planning department. And if you're asking this person, so we created a directory. So there's a statewide directory now that they utilize with who the utility people are to call. Because what we also found is they didn't understand that if there's a flood channel going through the center of it, it's probably should be start at $1 million an acre. So we spent a lot of time on that. We did ask, because true to what I said to the Department of Interior, okay, I did what you asked me to do. Now here's the things that we need from you. So we did send some letters to them. We did get response, but we have changed the dynamic of the relationship with all of the departments. So everybody is constantly working together. We're evaluating those parcels. We went through, you always read in the headlines, oh, there's this many acres underutilized. That is not true. We went back and looked at it. It included parking lots. It included other things. And so we've now kind of reminded everybody, before you put something out there, let's trust and but verify first, you know what I mean? So that we're giving the right information out there. So I do think that the process has been much better. It is much smoother for everybody. And we remind the public that they too could nominate lands, and there's a process to go through. Commissioner Jones and I have been working with Ms. Henson. There's a lot of remnant parcels that may not be good for much, but maybe they're great for economic development, or they're great for that developer who has all but that half acre. Maybe there's some economic opportunities. We have the statewide website now that kind of shows where all of this is. And just the last thing I'll touch on before I let Marcy finish is we quickly discovered that people wanted to know what was going on all the time. So we went to, is it the Council of Good Government or something? Commissioner Jones is on a committee, so we went to that committee. It is a regional effort. It has electeds from all of Southern Nevada. So we asked if they could host a website where we could track and put all of this information on there. So that rotates through the jurisdictions. So the jurisdictions have all agreed that this would be in the best interest of everybody to kind of keep this updated. So it'll have the list of lands that are going up for auction, what didn't auction, why it didn't auction, so that we can go back and reevaluate it. So as a regional approach, we're really trying to stay on top of this process today, but also for the future, so that everybody kind of knows the history and it's available to them. So the general public will be able to look at the website, and it'll be something that we probably should have did 20 years ago, but we'll have it up to date.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so just to finish us off, another streamlining that we've done here in Southern Nevada with regard to both private land development and federal land that is sold and becomes private is implementation of a regional compliance program for endangered species. And so obviously when the tortoise was listed in the late 1990s, that was a landmark situation for Southern Nevada, and we took a regional tact. The alternative to that is that individual private property owners are seeking their own individual permits from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and doing their own habitat conservation plans. And that would have brought development in Southern Nevada to a screeching halt, would have been completely overwhelming for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff. And so since the early 1990s, or late 1990s, we've had a series of regional habitat conservation plans and incidental take permits that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issues under Section 10 of the Endangered Species Act. We were one of the first in the nation to approach it that way. It also makes for a much more cohesive mitigation and conservation strategy for the species that are impacted by your development. So the current MSHCP that we're working under covers just under 168,000 acres. We've utilized 80% of those, and the term of that current permit is up in 2031. And so we've been working on an amendment. These are very long processes. There's a lot of analysis and work that needs to be done. It needs to go through NEPA compliance as well. And then we have the added component of there's not a lot of private land on which to do mitigation and conservation in Southern Nevada. And so we work with our local federal land managers to see what lands can be in conservation status that we can invest in and help support, or in the case of amendment, bring on additional lands where conservation status can be afforded species that are impacted by development. And so that's what's underway now, is an extension of the MSHCP to make sure that the acres that are going to be made available for development have this streamlined, well-coordinated permitting and mitigation approach. So just to make this connection, it covers private lands that are developed, and then it also covers BLM lands that are sold and become private. And so that's been a real boon in terms of just streamlining that whole entire process, not only for private landowners, but also for the BLM and Fish and Wildlife Service. So a BLM parcel is disposed of, and then it becomes an obligation of the county or city to make sure that it's mitigated for through this program. That's done when a grading permit is issued by the county or any of the cities. A $550 per acre fee has been collected and is set aside for us to make these conservation investments. And like I said, many of them are reinvested on federal lands. This is a very old statistic, but at one time, the Las Vegas field office was receiving about 8 cents an acre for their threatened and endangered species budget. Clark County has invested over $200 million in conservation, much of which has been done on BLM land. So it's a very symbiotic relationship that we have. So $550 per acre has been the current fee, and that has been in statute since the mid-1990s. I would like to thank the Nevada Legislature and Governor Lombardo. That is set in state statute, and in the last session, we were able to win your support on allowing the Board of County Commissioners to increase that fee based on an economic study. So the amendment will occur. We're taking on additional mitigation responsibilities. It will cover more acres, and we need the funding to make sure that we can support the implementation of that plan. So the study has been done. That fee will go up to about $2,100. That fee had no capital or CPI adjustment, and so it hasn't changed since mid-1990s. So some of this is just catch up on CPI.
And I'd just like to point out that working with the development community, and because you gave us the authority to kind of work through that, what everybody decided regionally, it made more sense for us to do it together rather than having each jurisdiction do their own, because $2,100 would not even make sense if Mesquite had to do their own and Sandy Valley had to do their own. So working regionally, everybody felt that this was the best approach, and they wanted to continue those efforts.
And the thing I'm most proud of is that we had the full support of residential builders and commercial developers. And you don't see that much on a fee increase, so we'll take it. So just to conclude, there's been a lot of discussion here in Southern Nevada about land availability and what the different tools are and how federal lands may or may not play into that. And so we are committed to making the most of the land that we have available, both private and what's remaining in the BLM disposal boundary. And what we've really found is that, we need to start with process first, and that includes continued support of BLM and the reforms that they're committed to and that we've asked of them. And so that will, Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Kirkpatrick will continue to have those conversations with headquarters of Department of Interior to make sure that there's follow through on those activities. Tracking the MSHCP as a public lands issue, since it is, and then finally continued support from our development community to make sure that we're all working in lockstep to make the most use of the private and public lands that we have available to us. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that thorough presentation. Members, do you have any questions, starting with Assemblymember Moore?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and Marcy, for being here today. I do have a question. It's more of a clarifying question. There was a mention that there's been analysis that have been done that have indicated that there's a lot more acres available for infill development within the urban core. Were you referring to the RTC mapping analysis that they did not too long ago?
Yes. So RTC did that analysis as part of an update to the Southern Nevada Strong federal plan. And it was a very top line review of potentially underutilized acres here in Southern Nevada. When you start digging into the details of that initial study, so the conclusion was upwards of 89,000 acres were available because they were underutilized and could be redeveloped. And unfortunately, there was a bit of a misunderstanding of what level of analysis was done to arrive at that conclusion. So for instance, the Galleria Mall's parking lot was listed as an underutilized parcel. And at some time in our future, that will be an economically viable flip to be done. But as of right now, that is a required element of a land use application to have parking on site, and the economics just aren't feasible for that parcel to flip. So when you talk to commercial developers, that's not where they're going to go first. There's another example of a mineral pit that was identified as underutilized parcel. It's currently private property. There's another 50 years of material in that pit. So it's not available anytime soon. And so we've been working with the RTC to kind of go in and refine that. And that is Assembly Person, that is where we came in and refined that number and looked at just using a criteria of slope. What's a more realistic number that's currently available? And that's where that 23,000 acres comes in. So over the coming decades, there will likely be 89,000 acres that can be increased in utilization, increase in density, and those properties can be flipped. But right now, based on their age and what their current uses are, it's not a realistic solution to our current concerns about the shortage of land for housing and commercial development. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for the follow-up. So just to the 23,000 acres currently available for development within Clark County, is the county looking to develop these acreages in the next decade or so to help with affordable housing issues that we have in Southern Nevada?
Yeah, that is the county's goal, is to make use of those lands and to make sure that what's available gets under lease, development, or sell as quickly as possible so that we can, provide a relief valve to folks who are feeling like we have land constraints, particularly for housing. So that is what these process improvements are hoping to achieve, and the education that we're doing with the development community as to how to get those 23,000 acres out to residential developers and commercial developers so that we can provide this relief for this perspective that we don't have enough land available.
Thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. I just have one more question, and this is more out of curiosity and because I want to see. Do you have a map currently available of all those parcels that the county's looking at developing? And if so, Can you send that over to me?
Sure. So just one clarification. Typically, the county wouldn't be developing them. A private developer would be developing them. So our role is to make sure that developers know the mechanisms that they can use to access the BLM lands. And then, we need to be looking at how do we incentivize the private property owners? That's about 11,000 acres of private property that's also available. And yeah, we do have a map of those acres. It's actually part of the analysis that we do for the MSHCP. So we take a look at what land is likely to be developed. And so we can certainly provide that. It's probably more, it'll come in the form of an Excel spreadsheet. We can provide a map. Because the map is county scale, it's going to kind of be hard to differentiate, but we compare that with an Excel spreadsheet that can get into the details of that. But yes.
And if I could just add to that, Assemblywoman, we also have through the RRMP lease, we also have the ability to set aside lands for affordable housing we do have that separate map as well. So I think there's probably 10 parcels left, Commissioner Jones.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Assemblymember, for your questions. I did want to just clarify, the 23,000 acres is what we've identified of BLM lands that are developable, as reflected on the slide. I don't know what number it is, slide 10. There's additional 10,895 acres of private land that are, I would say, easily developable. And just to sort of put things in perspective, and this is no knock on the BLM. We have our partners here with us. They've been tremendously helpful in trying to move through this process. But at 165 acres, which is what what's been up for auction so far this year, that 23,000 acres would take 139 years to develop. Even if we were to go to the highest number of acres that were offered in 2023 at 670 acres, it would still take 34 years to dispose of that 23,000 acres. So we're talking years and years and years of development. And to clarify between what acreage could be disposed versus what affordable housing, we would love to do more affordable housing projects. We are doing them. We are grateful to the federal delegation and to the legislature for the ability to purchase land at $100 an acre, which makes it commercially viable for our affordable housing partners to do it. However, because of the lack of funds, and the county has put in hundreds of millions of dollars of its own funds after COVID for affordable housing projects. The state also has put in more than close to $500 million into this. We are still functionally only able to convert 20, 40 acres per year for affordable housing projects because of the cost of those projects and the resources that are available. And then I also, we didn't mention that this was when we were asked about the Southern Nevada Economic Development and Cooperation Act, the lands bill. We were always asked, what are you doing now? Well, this is what we've been doing for the last 3+ years. And total props to Commissioner Kirkpatrick, her leadership, and Marcy for the tremendous amount of work that this was, working with partners across the spectrum, so that we can say today, yeah, we've been working on everything, whether it be local government regulations, working with the BLM, working with AVSO, working with everyone to make sure that we can truly say, when asked in Congress, what have you been doing to make sure that all of the other things that make this process hard you've been working on, we can say that today. And I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen with the lands bill this year or next year or any other year. But we are, I would say, proud of the work that we've been doing for the last 3+ years to make sure that we are running every trap down in order to make the process more streamlined. And so thank you very much.
We'll go next to Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And I would, before asking my question, thank you for allowing us to have this meeting on this in this great area. I really appreciate it. And actually, that's where this question comes from, is from the public, some of the public comments from earlier. two individuals brought up how difficult it is right now to get housing in this area specifically. Has the county been working with the tribal council to attempt to do so, especially with, I think, I'm sorry, I don't have his name in front of me, but somebody mentioned how expensive it is to get that land from BLM.
So I'll answer that question as I'm the representative. Ironically, Marcy and I were talking this morning on our way out. This is where we first came 11 years ago, right? Since we started in this building. What I would tell you is we have well over 44,000 acres in the public lands bill, but we've been working on the public lands bill for over 10 years, right? So in the 21st century federal housing bill that was just passed, there are dollars for tribal lands specifically. We asked our delegation to put that in there on purpose because a lot of our tribes across the community, I'm happy to reach out with them to see what else we can do. But I mean, they have an avenue. This is a FLIPNA area, which is a whole nother acronym where for economic development, you can do a direct sale essentially for the appraised value. So but we've always tried to look out for this area. Marcy and I came here 11 years ago, and we sat down with the chief at the time, and that changes, as you know, often. And so we did it in 15 minutes, I would tell you, because I said, yep, you want that? Yes, you want that? We're good with that. We have to protect the milkweed that's in the area, so we want to protect that. So we've always had an open door, but the lands bill is a federal bill. All I can do is give them a map that's what we agreed to. So, but you have my word. I'm a very transparent person, but we're open to helping them. And I think the 21st century thing has a lot of things in there, such as manufactured housing, replacements. It has specifics to infrastructure. That is a huge issue in any rural community. As many of you may know, you represent the whole state. Sewage package plants, water, how do you get all of that infrastructure, roads? And I think the 21st century, now they have to pass a funding bill to fund it, but there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Thank you. I may ask a secondary question. Thank you for that clarification, because absolutely, I think we all know what's going on with our federal language and how tough it is right now to get some things through. So I appreciate that. My second question actually comes from pretty early in the presentation when it goes through this land sale nomination process. It actually has to do with first you do the nomination, and it looks like the commissioners have to approve that. So it says nominations, local governments, developers, or the public nominate parcels within the boundary for sale consideration, and then it goes to the commissioners. And is that, if so, is that done through consent, or is that done through a public meeting where people can stand up and be like, don't sell that land, that's mine? Or
Yeah.
I played marbles there. I don't know, just making stuff up.
So historically, we have relied on developers to be the sole proposers or nominators of parcels for disposal. And one of the things that we've done in the last couple of years is recognize that there are some limitations that the developers are under now, especially publicly traded developers, these big, massive housing corporations. And they are experiencing some limitations on their participation in competitive bidding process for confidentiality and like trade secrets. And also the local governments, they have plans about where they think economic development should go or transit-oriented development should go. And so one of the things we've done is recognize that anybody is eligible to nominate a parcel. So anybody who thinks that a parcel should be nominated and sold should nominate it. So that's why in this presentation it says the county may do that. Commissioner Jones just led that effort for several parcels in his district. He knows his district. He knows where economic development needs to go. And so he just wasn't waiting on developers and worked with the BLM to nominate it directly. So now a developer a unit of local government. The BLM themselves nominated 11 parcels that are these fragmented parcels Commissioner Kirkpatrick spoke of. So they'll nominate them. We'll go through an internal vetting process, and then we place an agenda item on the Board of County Commissioners. They typically are consent agenda items, but they are subject to the board commission meetings. So they're on the agenda and they'd be eligible for public comment in the first session. These tend to be highly urbanized parcels. They're, in the middle of town, otherwise surrounded by development. So not too controversial. Do I have that right? Do you think? Okay.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for that clarification. Just want to make sure that there was a public meeting where people can be like, no, and it's not just a consent agenda that's done by email. Thank you so much.
And then I would also add to that, that the BLM, through the Federal Register process, puts a Federal Register notice in, and they will take public comment once the parcel is going up for auction as well. So there's actually 2 times when that can occur.
Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay. And if I can just remind our speakers to say your name before you answer your questions. Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Very interesting presentation. If you'll go to your slide 10, though, really there's some frightening numbers on that to me. You guys have an average annual development of 4,500 acres per year. Even if you added up all of the 11,000 privately held and the 23,000 acres of BLM land, assuming magically that all of that was suddenly available, you only got 8 years, looks like roughly 8 years worth of, and that's if BLM has complete 100% cooperation and you get all that land. That's frightening for a couple of reasons. Obviously, as the quantity of land declines, the value will go up. How do you guys, I don't know if you can do it or not, but in this competitive bidding process, how do you make it so that the biggest, you mentioned the big, massive housing corporation, how do you prevent somebody like BlackRock, for example, from buying up all of the available lands that it will be developed going forward? How do you keep it a competitive thing when you have some people with basically unlimited capital that can come in and through a competitive bidding process, put bids in that frankly nobody can compete with? Is there, when you have this shrinking pool of land and expanding demand for it, obviously the people with the biggest amount of money are going to be able to purchase the land. Is there some mechanism in place that you guys have to prevent, basically a monopoly of the remaining public lands? Right?
It is a competitive process, and it's that is in statute. And fair market value being set by the AVO is also in statute and policy. And so that has been both a blessing and frankly a disadvantage of SNPLMA, is that it's based on a competitive auction process and the highest bidder wins. It's driven up the average cost of an acre in Las Vegas. The flip side of that is if it wasn't available, there would be no acres available, or only right now 10,000 left. So we have been very sensitive to this issue that as the number of acres remaining dwindles, there is actual, if not perceived, scarcity, and we know economics that drives up the cost of an acre. So far, we have had commercial developers that are not necessarily private equity, and residential and commercial developers that are more traditional companies, if you will. Some of them publicly traded, a lot of them these days are. We haven't had private equity playing in the disposal market space just yet. We are seeing that more in the after sell and after development, that they're acquiring houses or building residential neighborhoods after the sale of this land. But as it stands right now, there would be no way to prevent that. Whoever comes in and has the deepest pockets will win the auction.
Okay, and then obviously Commissioner Jones touched on it and Commissioner Kirkpatrick. If you're trying to build affordable housing, obviously if the price of the original land is sold at $1 million an acre or whatever, it can't be competitive housing or affordable housing, I guess I should say, simply because, if you have to, in each house, you have to have the price of the land. I notice you have somewhat of a set aside, but it sounds like a pretty tiny portion of the total lands available are being set aside with ideal of coming up with some way to, make it so average to below average people can afford to live in a house in Clark County?
So, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, for the record, I'm going to take this one, Senator, because I'm not afraid to say what I think. But here's what I will tell you. There's a couple of things to think about. One, we've comparative looked at our land prices. Let's take Syracuse, Utah. I compared them verbatim. I compared the regulations, and the land worked out to about the same $442,000 an acre. But that is one of the beauties of the $100 an acre, so that we can provide up to 100% AMI. But I will tell you, Clark County has spent over $350 million subsidizing a lot of these projects. But we just don't have the developers today. But and we hear all the time that maybe if there was more land available, it would be helpful. But we've been working for well over 10 years on a lands bill, knowing that we only have 10 years left worth of lands. And actually, depending on even if it could all be developed. But I mean, we do have to do something overall to ensure that middle class family can actually afford to have a home. And so we worked with BLM for a little over 2 years to get that regulation in for the $100 an acre. That is my 11 o'clock meeting, working with the rest of the state so that they understand they too can utilize it. But we do have challenges in our rural areas, trying to get contractors to want to go out that far, trying to get some of that infrastructure. So it is a problem that we all have to solve together, federal, state, local, in the community, the development community, right? They got to be at the table. So I think we have a good start, but pressure, you have to, me, I have to pressure people into coming around to a better way of thinking, right? So it can't be about we can't wage our way out of this process, right? We have to figure out how to go the other way. So we don't have a clear answer today, but.
Commissioner, if there's anybody I trust that's working on that, it's you. Yeah, I'm serious. There's nobody I know that I've served with in the entire time. We go back 16 years now, and you're amazing. But I mean, I'm looking at this. Obviously, you guys have been digging into this in detail, and so I'm just sort of learning some of it. One of my concerns has been, of the 11,000 acres, how many are owned by the private equity firms? I think is how you kind of politely said it. We've been, Senator Neal and I have been working on similar issues to this for a while. Undoubtedly, she's working with you on some of this as well. And that is a fear that these giant corporations are coming in and buying up residential housing. Is there also an issue with that, with them buying up the remaining 11,000 acres? How many of those are actually owned by these big giant equity firms? Do you have any idea percentage-wise?
Marcy Henson, for the record. We don't know that. So that's a good question. I can work with our assessor's office to see if there's any information available that would allow us to track that down. Sometimes, you have to follow the breadcrumb trail to figure out who really owns the property. I will say of that approximately 11,000 acres of private land, we do have many out-of-state owners. Many of them appear to be, just family holdings and no longer living in the state. But I'll take this back and Senator, and we'll see if we can run that into a corner and get you an answer. That's a good question.
Thank you. Bureau of Indian Affairs land, I saw it on your first sheet. It looks like a pretty substantial amount in Clark County. Some of the tribal spokesmen had mentioned concerns over their ability to have housing and so forth. Is Bureau of Indian Affairs, I don't know how the process works with that land. Are there ways for the tribes to get land to build, or how does that work? Or is there any interaction with you guys between BIA and the county?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the county doesn't have much of a role in that. Where the county stepped in was one of the, as Commissioner Kirkpatrick mentioned, one of the very first stakeholders we reached out to when we were putting the Clark County Lands Bill together over a decade ago was the Moapa Band of Paiutes. And their ask was to expand the reservation. And so in the bill is approximately a 45,000 acre expansion. And Among the reasons why they were asking for the expansion was to have more land within the reservation that was available for them for housing. And then also economic development for jobs and economic support for the tribe. So that was one thing that we did to contribute on this issue of land available for particularly the Moapa Band. In the current version of the bill, there's also land that's set aside for the Las Vegas Band of Pirates as well.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a lot of easy solutions to this.
All right, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to move now to Nye County, and then we'll go to the U.S. Forest Service after that.
Hello, my name is Megan Labadie for the record. Good morning, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I want to begin by respectfully acknowledging the Moapa River Indian Reservation and Moapa Band of Paiutes as a sovereign tribal nation connected to this land. I'm grateful for the chance to listen, learn, and discuss how Nye County can approach public land and development issues. Again, my name is Megan Labadie. I'm the Director of Natural Resources and Federal Facilities in Nye County. I've been in this department for 4 years and provided professional services to the county for an additional 14 years prior. My work focuses heavily on public lands, federal coordination, natural resources, and the local impacts of federal land decisions. I'm an appointee to the State Land Use Plan Advisory Council, and I'm also a member of the BLM Mojave Southern Great Basin Resource Advisory Council. I look forward to sharing Nye County's public lands perspective with you today. All right. Nye County spans approximately 11.6 million acres, making it the third largest county in the contiguous United States and the largest county in Nevada. Nearly 97%, a little over 96% of land is federally managed or controlled, and that fact alone affects nearly every land use discussion in the county. But the bigger issue is not just the percentage of federal land, it's the complexity of the land base across the county. Every community and tribe is affected differently. Pahrump needs room for public services, population increases, and responsible economic development. Beatty's priorities include tourism, historic resources, recreation, and mineral access. Tonopah needs land for infrastructure, airport and industrial uses, and long-term growth and housing. Amargosa Valley depends on agriculture, water, and unique ecosystems, while northern communities depend heavily on mining, grazing, and continued access to working lands. These are not interchangeable needs. They reflect different and unique economies, histories, resources, and community conditions. That same point applies to our tribal nations and tribal communities. Their priorities are specific and not interchangeable with county or town priorities and should not be folded into a generic public outreach process. So when we talk about public lands in Nye County, we are not talking about a single issue. We are talking about overlapping land challenges and needs across a very large county. Nye County is split across 4 BLM districts, and public land is dictated by at least 5 resource management plans, some of which are 30 to 40 years old. The county also includes defense and energy withdrawals, conservation and wilderness areas, and longstanding federal land use restrictions. But Nye County is not defined only by its constraints. The county has significant public land assets and opportunities. Those include local mineral resources, renewable energy potential, recreation areas and trail connectivity, historical landscapes, wildlife habitat, working lands, and conservation values. Those assets also include tribal cultural knowledge, traditional connections to land and water, and areas that may carry cultural or historic significance. Better planning should leave room for those values to be identified and respected early. Conservation and economic opportunity are not automatically in conflict. The issue is whether decisions are coordinated early enough to protect important resources while still allowing rural communities and local tribes to benefit and function. Knight County has spent decades and significant local resources working through the administrative process to resolve longstanding public land issues. The county worked with the BLM for nearly 10 years to update the 1998 Las Vegas RMP for the Pahrump Field Office, along with other planning efforts across the county. RMP updates across the West were ultimately suspended or terminated, leaving the county without a current federal planning framework to address even basic land tenure and public purpose needs on a whole. After the RMP updates halted, the county pursued individual focused plan amendments for parcels previously identified and analyzed through the draft RMP update planning process. That pathway was also put on hold with the announcement of a statewide RMP. To date, that effort has not produced the current usable land use framework Knight County needs. At the same time, broader landscape level planning efforts continued. Landscape level planning can be useful, but only if it remains connected to local conditions. When statewide suitability layers or regional planning processes do not adequately account for county land use and water plans, public purpose uses, adopted ordinances, and county level or community level impacts, it further limits local planning flexibility. Landscape level planning also needs to be careful not to flatten tribal interests into broad suitability layers. A site may appear suitable on paper, but still raise tribal concerns. NEPA reform added another challenge. Faster federal review may help if it moves long-stalled county projects, land tenure cleanup, monitoring access, and infrastructure needs. But expedited review should not make local impacts less visible, especially where projects affect water, roads, and emergency services, housing, public safety, or community growth. The result is that the county is often left responding to one parcel, one project, or one right-of-way application at a time. That makes it nearly impossible for the county to plan its own land use needs accordingly. Land should be treated as community infrastructure, not as an afterthought after project-level review is already underway. Federal planning has not kept pace with NI's growth, water concerns, public safety needs, or development pressure. The county needs updated federal land status and planning tools that correspond with evolving county plans and allow for responsible, organized development while preserving flexibility for public purposes and economic advancement. Another important issue is land availability. We actually had a study done by UNR and GOED, a targeted study in Nye County to see how much land we would really need for current development to occur. And they determined if the county didn't have land access to public lands, that current development could not occur as it is. Nye County's challenge is not one withdrawal, one designation, or one project. The challenge is the amount of land that is unavailable, restricted, or otherwise closed to multiple use mandates supported in the Federal Land Policy and Management Act. Land availability should also be evaluated with tribal guidance. The question is not only whether land is open for federal multiple use, but whether future decisions respect tribal sovereignty, cultural resources, traditional use areas, and access concerns. When existing and proposed withdrawals are combined with conservation restrictions, the total reaches roughly 4 million acres, or about 35% of the county's land base, removed completely from multiple use or future land uses. The cumulative impacts of removing public land from multiple use are not well documented in environmental reviews produced by NEPA. EAs and EISs rarely, if ever, fully consider the range of long-term consequences that accompany decades and even century-long closure of public lands to multiple use. For most proposed actions, such long-term analyses are considered speculative, having timeframes that are beyond the reasonably foreseeable future and are therefore dismissed from further consideration during the NEPA process. Okay, and the point is that the land status is local consequences. When large areas are removed from multiple use, the county loses flexibility for long-term planning. This matrix pictured identifies 15 affected resources that you'll see on the side here with these X's underneath. I know it's probably very hard to see. These impacts can be grouped into access and land use, economic uses, community impacts, and natural and cultural resources. These resources need to be analyzed, qualified, and quantified as a cumulative impact and not reviewed as isolated land actions. Okay. Let's talk money. Fiscal analysis is often reduced to payment in lieu of taxes, but PILT does not tell the full story. The Air Force's 2017 EIS calculated a PILT loss from the existing withdrawal in Nye County of nearly $700,000 a year. PILT losses from DOE and NNSA withdrawals have not been fully evaluated in the same way through NEPA. Nye County's analysis estimates that federal withdrawals reduced county GDP by roughly $155 million to $173 million per year. That translates to an estimated $2 million per year in lost ad valorem revenue, or roughly $60 million over 3 years, or 30 years. These figures do not fully capture lost mineral proceeds, which are often the county's most important revenue sources. The basis for these estimates comes from the 1991 Special Nevada Report, which Congress directed through Military Lands Withdrawal Act of 1986. The 1991 Special Nevada Report remains one of the most detailed efforts to quantify fiscal and economic impacts to Nevada counties affected by large federal land withdrawals. Nye County's updated analysis builds from that work to show that the local impact is not just PILT, it is lost economic activity, reduced tax base, and undercounted mineral opportunity. These losses affect Nye's ability to fund critical services across a very large rural geography. Those losses affect, fiscal and economic analysis should also recognize that economic impacts are not experienced only by county government. Where federal actions or public land development affect tribal economic interests and resources, those effects should be identified through direct tribal engagement. Water is often the threshold issue in Nye County. Nye County has a unique role in groundwater monitoring tied to historic activity at the NNSS. The Nye County Tritium Sampling and Monitoring Program independently monitors wells and springs down gradient of the NNSS. This DOE grant program provides information regarding the potential migration of tritium and other contaminants associated with historical nuclear testing. In addition, Pahrump Valley Hydrographic Basin 162 groundwater level monitoring provides important data on long-term groundwater level changes and potential effects on well reliability and future water availability. Required mitigation of certain units in the NNSS are soon closing these programs. Nye must continue to maintain its data collection and analysis to preserve the long-term record needed to identify trends, detect concerns early, and provide residents with reliable information necessary to protect groundwater resources and public safety. Water is also a tribal issue. Springs, groundwater, water quality, and long-term contamination monitoring may affect tribal interests, resources, practices, and health. Those concerns should be addressed through early, direct, and respectful coordination with tribal governments. NEPA reviews do not truly address cumulative water impacts because of analysis footprints and speculative applications that aren't considered to operate within the foreseeable future. It's imperative that project analysis must better evaluate water, and developers must engage earlier with local government, the water district, and local tribes to shape better land use development. Environmental review should be more than a compliance step. Developers should prioritize earlier local government and planning. Used well, NEPA can identify the county's needs and assist with community benefits and mitigation before public land decisions become project-level conflicts. This is especially important as federal review becomes faster and more agency-specific. If permitting reform is intended to improve efficiency, it should not reduce the visibility of county-level impacts. Good environmental review protects resources, reduces lake conflict, and helps responsible projects move forward with better local understanding. The goal is not a longer review for the sake of process. The goal is better review at the right time. Good environmental review also means meaningful tribal engagement at the right time. Tribal consultation should occur from cradle to grave of the project's life. Nye County is seeing increased public land development pressure. Mining, solar, transmission, battery storage, and proposed data center related infrastructure projects are already a part of the county's land use reality. These projects can create real opportunity, but local benefits are not automatic. The county still absorbs any of the service and infrastructure impacts from projects on public land. Large projects create traffic, housing demand, water and wastewater needs, road maintenance impacts, emergency service impacts, and workforce pressure before long-term benefits are visible locally. This is why local benefit must be built into the process early. What our communities in the county want to see are development agreements, community benefit agreements, local hiring, local contracting, road maintenance contributions, emergency service support, infrastructure commitments, and state and federal revenue sharing mechanisms, which all help turn project activity into lasting community value and exist to some extent at this time. Large public land projects should also account for tribal impacts and tribal benefit agreements. A development or community benefit agreement may help local towns, but does not replace tribal consultation or separate tribal benefit discussion where a sovereign tribal nation identifies its own interests. The county is not opposed to public land development, but requires commitments from developers to make sure projects do not bypass local benefit. Nye County is not simply reacting to federal land decisions. It's using local tools to plan ahead, manage impacts, and connect development with county and community-wide benefits to the best of its ability and within limited authority. The county works through local ordinances, special use permits, development agreements, town coordination, water review, cooperating agency agreement, and congressional legislative action. Local tools work better when federal and state decisions recognize local conditions early. Nye County is ready to be a constructive partner. The county brings practical knowledge about critical impacts and whether a proposal is workable on the ground. The county can also be a constructive partner in supporting respectful coordination with tribal governments while recognizing that tribal consultation is government to government and that tribal nations speak for their own interests. Let's see here. I want to close by bringing this back to the committee's role. This presentation is not simply about Nye County having federal land challenges. The larger point is that the federal land decisions create state and local consequences that can be mitigated or avoided earlier on. Public land decisions are not only federal issues. They affect Nevada's economy, its water resources, its rural communities, and its ability to plan responsibly. As future legislation, land actions, and permitting reforms come forward, Nye County hopes these local realities remain visible. Nye County recognizes and appreciates the importance of the state's role in elevating local needs. The state supports rural infrastructure and service capacity. It advocates for local benefit when large projects are developed on public land, and it can help to ensure federal legislation, designations, withdrawals, and permitting reforms are reviewed with local consequences in mind. First, counties should be recognized as public lands partners and stewards. Local governments bring practical knowledge about all of its critical services and whether a proposal is workable on ground, as stated before. Second, public land development should be connected to local benefit. Mining, solar, transmission, data centers, and other industrial uses can bring real opportunity, but the opportunity is not automatic. Earlier engagement, development agreements, community benefit agreements, infrastructure commitments, and revenue tools help turn project activity into durable community value. Third, water needs to be addressed early. In Nye County, water availability and quality shape almost every major land use decision and vary from town to town and area to area. Fourth, if permitting reform is intended to make federal review more efficient, county public purpose projects should benefit from that too. Streamlining should not only move large projects faster while local infrastructure, public safety, recreation, and land tenure needs remain stuck. Fifth, development impacted communities want tangible benefits within their towns. Community benefit agreements should be an enforceable standard for industrial developers. Communities in the county should be consulted while developers are in the planning and designing phases to avoid local conflicts prior to the NEPA process. Community benefit agreements should not be used as a substitute for tribal consultation or tribal benefit agreements. If a project affects tribal interests, the appropriate process should be determined with the affected tribal nation. Finally, conservation and economic opportunity should remain in the same conversation. Nye County is not asking the state or federal agencies to choose development over conservation or local needs over federal missions. The county is asking that these priorities be planned together and early enough that rural communities can prepare and protect resources, support responsible opportunity, and function in real time. Nye County is happy to be a constructive lands partner to ensure future public land decisions, recognize local conditions early enough to protect resources, support rural communities, and make responsible opportunities work. It has historically supported a balanced approach to public lands management while valuing the rural desert character of its communities, its unique opportunities, and practical independence that comes with living in remote places. At the same time, Nye County recognizes that communities need access to infrastructure, public services, housing, water, and economic opportunity to remain viable. That is the balance the county is trying to maintain. State support can make a difference through infrastructure, funding, agency coordination, letters of support, legislative review, water data preservation, economic development tools, and helping ensure federal actions account for rural service capacity, whether it be through reports or any other method. As Nye County works with the state, federal agencies, communities, and project proponents, tribal interests should also remain visible in these conversations. Responsible public land decisions should protect resources, support rural communities, and respect the sovereignty and knowledge of tribal nations connected to these lands. Thank you for your time today, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them, or you can contact me through my information on the slide.
Thank you so much. Members, we are trying to move along here, so I'm going to limit you each to one question. Think carefully, and we'll start on this side with Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you, and I appreciate just the one question thing. First of all, great presentation, really appreciated it. I believe in on slide 8, you brought up the 1991 Special Nevada reports. I believe I had the right date. Was
All
that
right, that's your question.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
the date? Totally. Yeah,
That's correct.
that
Thank you.
tracks.
Good
Was that done by the federal government? Was that done by the state government, or was that done by the local government?
So Congress directed the report through the Air Force and through the it was through the Air Force and the Navy, I believe, that were responsible for that report. SAIC was the one who made the report.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
All right. Senator Cruz Crawford.
So was that single question thing directed at me, Madam Chair?
Senator Cruz Crawford.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got the wrong.
But now you have your question too, Senator
I
Hansen.
did just want to state that all the questions I have during the presentations, I just asked Senator Hansen. So I will be gifting my question to Senator Hansen.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, I only have one question, and that is, I represented Northern Nye County until we redistricted, so familiar with, it's like you have two counties, really.
Yeah.
Southern Nye County is become essentially a bedroom community of the Vegas area. Northern Nye County, basically above Beatty, above the test site, Tonopah, Round Mountain, that area, all the way up to Kingston. That's traditional rural. They're struggling for economic development. They're, so have you guys, has Nye County ever considered splitting into two counties? It is, like you said, the third largest county, contiguous county in the entire United States. I know I'm old enough to remember when Tonopah was actually almost the same size as Pahrump. And I know the folks in Tonopah kind of feel like, they're old Nye County, and now you got the new Nye County. Have you guys ever, as a county, considered possibly separating?
I think that's above my pay grade to answer that question.
Fair enough.
But I do know that it has been considered in the past. I think it's been a long time though since it was last considered. I'm a new resident to Tonopah. I just moved there in April, so I really do understand the differences between the north and the south there. And I would agree with you. It would be nice to have representation for those two very different, geographical features and area.
Just a future thought. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think at one time there was a Bullfrog County within Nye County.
Yeah, for
Yes.
Yucca Mountain.
But I don't think that addresses Senator Hansen's concerns, if that's an accurate characterization. We have a couple minutes. If there's anybody with a question, I will allow one more question from the panel as a whole. All right. I don't see anybody taking me up on that. Thank you so much for your time and for answering our questions. We really appreciate you making the trek out here. And with that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which I think I'm taking a little bit out of order. And we will hear from the U.S. Forest Service next.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Katie Gully. I have the great privilege of serving as the Deputy District Ranger on the Spring Mountains National Recreation Area, locally known as Mount Charleston to many. I'm speaking here today to offer just some information on what the Spring Mountains has to provide to the public and public lands. A brief overview of how the Spring Mountains came to be. We were congressionally designated in 1993 and set aside 316,000 acres in 1993 with a special focus on recreation and excluding certain activities like timber management, range management, and mining to preserve those natural and cultural resources and recreational resources. The Spring Mountains Range is located about 30 miles north and west of the Las Vegas metropolitan area. And we host about 2 million visitors annually. Most of those visitors experience Kyle and Lee Canyons along Nevada Highway 157 and 158, 156, and as well as Deer Creek. Those are two developed canyons where most of our recreational opportunities occur in the developed side of the mountain. We're located in both Clark and Nye counties. Mount Charleston is the most topographically prominent peak in Nevada, and because of that prominence and the high elevation, we offer very cool temperatures in the summer, almost 30 degrees lower than the Vegas Valley, and snow play and winter recreation in the winter. So we are a year-round public land. One of the crown jewels of the Spring Mountains is our Spring Mountain Visitor Gateway. It opened in 2015 and it was a Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act project. It's open 364 days a year, and last year alone, it hosted 45,000 visitors from 48 states and 32 countries. For some reason, Maine and New Hampshire did not want to visit us last year, but we'll forgive them for that. It's operated by Forest Service personnel and through a partnership agreement with Sierra Forever, a nonprofit that we coordinate with to help keep the visitor center open 364 days a year. We manage 5 developed campgrounds and 4 picnic areas. This is 320 individual group sites or individual and group sites for the public to utilize. They're booked through a combination of first come, first serve and rec.gov. So we leave it open to different opportunities. We have 19 trailheads, 32 trails, and over 132 miles of trail designated for hiking, mountain biking, and horseback riding, and hundreds of miles of trail for OHV and off-roading use. We also have the Lee Canyon ski area under a special use permit. They've been operating since the 1960s. They offer year-round activities, most recently adding downhill mountain biking and lift rides, scenic lift rides to their year-round activities, but very popular in the winter for skiing and snowboarding. And then one statistic I really like to speak to when we talk about restoration access and infrastructure is our overwhelming support we receive from the Las Vegas Valley residents. Last year alone, this is just 1 year, we're 24,000 hours of community volunteer work, including litter pickups, weed pulls, debris removals, graffiti removals, and without that participation, we'd be in a far different look. So I talked a little bit about our special partnerships. The graphic on the right-hand side just shows a few of our very many partnerships that we have throughout the state and Nye and Clark County. We also we partner with our utility companies like power, phone, internet to provide access to residents in the forested areas. We provide fuel wood from salvage projects to heat homes in the local communities with wood sales once or twice a year. And we work with NV Energy to create resilient corridors to help create fuel breaks on landscapes that can be used during fire suppression. Continuing to talk about fire suppression, our wildfire readiness and response, we work with many local, state, and federal cooperators. On the Forest Service side, we have 31 personnel with 4 wildland fire engines, 3 prevention patrols, and 2 full-time field staff. We also have 32 Ready Reserve hosted employees, which means they have a red card, which means they help support the local and national incident response for incident management teams. The robust fire program helps to facilitate early detection while maintaining very small fire footprints, and the multiple engines are strategically stationed across the district to respond rapidly to new starts, both in Cold Creek, Mountain Springs, and then in Kyle Canyon. We partner closely with Nevada Division of Forestry, Mount Charleston Fire Protection, and of course the U.S. Wildland Fire Service and multiple municipal fire departments. And even through drought conditions and historically dangerous fuel conditions, we've statistically maintained a very low human cause start ratio. We contribute this to a very robust prevention plan, patrolling and collaborating with our partners on the Spring Mountains. That number is approximately 40%. Nationally, that's a 90% for human cause starts. Active forest management. We implement a lot. We have a large active forest management program where we implement fuels projects in high-risk zones to safeguard adjacent communities and protect cultural, recreational, and natural resources. Decades of work have gone into establishing and protecting the wildland-urban interface around homes in the Mount Charleston community, the Cold Creek community, the Mountain Springs communities, and others. We implement, the Forest Service implements through personnel, contracts, agreements, and partnerships through the Nevada Shared Stewardship Model. We utilize a variety of treatments: mastication, broadcast burning, hand thin and pile, and invasive weed control. Recent treatments include 7,000 acres of total fuels reduction, with 4,300 acres being within that wildland urban interface. Nevada Shared Stewardship, I'm sure you're all familiar with, but we are proud to be a part of the Spring Mountains Prompt Priority Landscape. We work with our partners to plan prescriptions, cross-train, and grow our programs together, as well as educate the public. Currently, we do have an AB 578 Nevada Shared Stewardship Better Together project, where we're eradicating plants in a culturally sensitive spring where there's also an endemic spring snail, but eradicating it to protect it from catastrophic fire. In the future, we are partnering with BLM as the lead to work on a Futures Diploma project for pod planning, potential operational delineation. And that's basically where across the landscape, we are working together to make sure our corridors are resilient in fire suppression planning into the future. So working across land boundaries in those to protect our resources. A few of the critical resources that we're protecting with those pods and active management are cultural heritage resources and our natural resources. The Spring Mountains, Mount Charleston is the creation place for the Southern Nevada Paiute people and the Nuwu people. We consult regularly government to government with the 7 tribes and the Nuwu working group through our NEPA projects to make sure we are incorporating their concerns and working towards keeping traditional knowledge on the landscape. The Spring Mountains is a Sky Island ecosystem, so we support over 30 endemic species, meaning they don't occur anywhere else in the world. So that's why it's a very special place to protect. And we have 1 endangered species, the Mount Charleston blue butterfly. Department Director Marcy Henson gave a really great SNPLMA overview, and I just wanted to speak really quickly about the impact that it's had in the Spring Mountains. Currently, we have 4 active capital improvement projects, 3 fuels projects, and 4 conservation initiative projects, totaling around $41 million. Those projects are renovating campgrounds, making them more accessible and increasing the capacity and amount of service to the public, protecting springs, implementing fuels projects, and one coming up is the Mountain Springs Fire Station. We'll be adding a fire station in the Mountain Springs area at the base of Level Canyon, instead of working out of the back of a tough shed at the volunteer fire department. But with that, that is my short presentation for you today, and I'll take any questions and appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much for those updates. Members of the committee, do you have questions? All right, I have one question. I just came from the Lake Tahoe Basin yesterday, and we were talking about the issues they have with, acquiring materials, wood and trees and things like that, but then having to transport it many, many miles to process it. And you did mention that you have some mastication out there and the hand pulling and whatnot, but what kind of processing facility do you have for clearing fuel?
For the record, Katie Gully, U.S. Forest Service. So a lot of the fuel wood that we process is masticated on site. Is typically small scale pinyon juniper that's not sellable. It doesn't have a market value. Working with cooperators like NV Energy for large scale projects where they are removing fir and ponderosa for their corridors. We work with them as a great partner to process that as fuel wood. And so we do wood sales at a greatly reduced price to the public, so they can heat their homes in those more rural areas. But we don't sell timber in the traditional sense because we are a national recreation area.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Unless there are any other questions right now, that will bring us to the conclusion of this agenda item. And that will bring us to agenda item number 5, our presentation from the BLM.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee. My name is Nicholas Pay. I'm obviously not Ryan Chatterton. I had to play an audible this morning and change presenters. So I do not have a presentation for you, so I'm just going to read you some notes. As has already been kind of alluded to by other presentations this morning, the management of public lands in Southern Nevada is intricately intertwined with local governments, other federal agencies, and you're going to hear more from them as well. We manage more than 85% of the state of Nevada, composed primarily of federal lands managed by the BLM, and our role is central in supporting community needs, tribal interests, economic development, conservation, recreation, and national security missions across the state. The Southern Nevada District Office manages approximately 3.1 million acres across Clark and Nye County through field offices in Las Vegas, Pahrump, and Red Rock Canyon. Our district includes major public land destinations such as Red Rock Canyon, Sloan Canyon, Gold Butte, and the Aviquame National Monument. We have 15 designated wilderness areas and portions of the Old Spanish Trail. And we also maintain jurisdictional stewardship for lands withdrawn for national security purposes that include the Nevada National Security Site and the Nevada Test and Training Range. As outdoor recreation continues to grow rapidly in Southern Nevada, Red Rock Canyon National Conservation Area now receives more than 2.5 million visitors annually. To balance access with resource protection, the field office recently completed an extensive trail maintenance in Slow Canyon, improved the Hidden Valley Trail Network by removing unsustainable trail segments and establishing a new loop trail that enhances visitor safety while protecting sensitive petroglyph resources. We also recently completed the construction of the Sloan Canyon Visitor Contact Station, which will open to the public soon. This facility will provide expanded parking, shade structures, accessible trails, interpretive spaces to improve visitor services and long-term resource stewardship in that area. Other major accomplishments this year include the opening of a new segment of the Legacy Trail along State Route 159, creating safer, continuous non-motorized route between Las Vegas Valley and Red Rock Canyon. The Las Vegas field office also processes between 50 and 60 commercial special recreation permits each year, along with 20 to 30 large-scale events such as OHV races, mountain bike competitions, foot races, and festivals. The Southern Nevada District continues to strengthen its relationships with nation-to-nation relationships with tribal governments whose ancestral homelands span the lands that we manage. Staff coordinate with more than 24 tribes annually through consultation letters, meetings, project reviews, tribal coordination, and recurring working groups. Across the district, tribal collaboration has also advanced ethnographic studies, cultural gatherings, interpretive programs, and Section 106 and 110 project reviews. Tribal leaders participate in significant public events, and tribes are generally invited to consult on every project that we do, ranging anywhere from 1 or 2 tribes to 15 to 26. The Sloan Canyon Tribal Working Group played a central role in the development of that interpretive station by helping us develop the content, interpretive design, and development strategies for that Sloan Canyon Visitor Center, and tribal leadership guided the decision-making from concept to implementation. You've already heard a lot today about the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act. I won't go into too much into that, given we've already heard a lot of those details, and appreciate Clark County for sharing those. But as a high-level overview, that act does allow us to sell selected private land or public lands around the Las Vegas Valley for the orderly development of the valley, and to reinvest those proceeds directly into Nevada instead of sending the land sale revenue to the U.S. Treasury. So one thing that I wanted to be able to highlight is that outside of the Snippleman boundary, if there is any public lands that are sold, that money goes directly into the Treasury. BLM does not get to use that. We don't get to use any portion of that. And so all of that goes straight to the Treasury. Snippleman created a system that allows us to reinvest that directly into where those land sales are occurring. And to date, the Snippleman program has developed more than $4 billion and funded over 1,500 projects statewide. During the 2026 Snippleman land sale, the Bureau of Land Management sold 13 parcels totaling 108 acres across Las Vegas Valley, generating approximately $68 million in revenue. These parcels are typically purchased for residential development and reflect continued demand for the buildable areas within the disposal boundary. One other thing that I would like to be able to highlight that is that we are dependent on those parcels being nominated. We have worked very closely with Clark County to make that information more widely available so people know that they can do that. And we have also been working very closely with Clark County to identify some of those smaller parcels that the larger developers don't want to or can't really make economically viable in their minds. So a lot of those will be going up in this next round of sales as well. Consistent with, like we've already heard, there is a 85% of that goes directly to support projects, and 5% is given to the state education fund, and 10% goes to the Southern Nevada Water Authority for water infrastructure in the valley. One note that we always get a lot to, then the 40th. So 40th Snippleman land sale auction, which is the 40th one that we've had since Snippleman was active in 1998, is planned for November of 2026. So we are on schedule. We're on track to continue with our commitment to do 2 land sales per year. One other specific authority that's been alluded to here as well is that Snippleman also includes a specific authority to support affordable housing. The Secretary of Interior, working in consultation with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, may convey certain BLM lands to state or local governments at less than fair market value for the development of housing serving low-income families. To support this work, the Department of Interior and Housing and Urban Development formalized procedures through an interagency memorandum of understanding. The BLM has used the nominal disposal process has established the nominal disposal process of approximately $100 an acre for qualifying parcels, significantly reducing the cost of land for affordable housing projects. Recent conveyances include the Cactus Trails Affordable Housing Project that was already mentioned, that was conveyed in 2024. And we have an upcoming one to the West Henderson scheduled for later this month. Southern Nevada District is also a national leader in energy development. Several large-scale solar and battery projects are processing through the approval or are under construction, including Yellow Pine Solar, multiple projects in the Dry Lake area. Additional projects such as the Rough Hat Clark and Purple Sage have recently been approved. And happy to say today, actually, we are publishing 2 final EISs for the Copper Ray Solar Project near Pahrump and the Bonanza Solar Project near Indian Springs. Both of those final EISs are publishing today. Transmission and modernization is also underway with NV Energy's 350-mile Greenlink West project and the Grid Alliance West upgrade of 155 miles of transmission line. The district is also processing dozens of applications for new telecommunication infrastructure, including cell towers and fiber optic lines to expand services to rural communities. As you can imagine, being an urban office, there are certain challenges that come with that. Having public lands located within a major metropolitan area is unique to Southern Nevada. Therefore, we have one of the largest law enforcement programs in the country. Southern Nevada District's law enforcement consists of 20 law enforcement officers supported by a dual-purpose canine unit that is trained in both apprehension and narcotics detection. The division also maintains a drone program that is staffed by a certified pilot to support surveillance, evidence documentation, search operations, and enforcement activities that improve the safety of our officers. District operations average more than 16 calls for service or proactive enforcement stops per day, totaling roughly 6,000 incidents per year. These include resource protection violations, search and rescue support, OHV enforcement, illegal dumping, hazardous behavior, and public safety incidents across remote and high-use recreation areas. As was already alluded to as well, there's been some fairly major changes to the way that the Department of Interior manages wildland fire. We now have the Wildland Fire Service, who is a completely separate agency, and one of the transition hiccups that we're running to this year is how to manage that moving forward, and how those are all going to work out. So with that transition, luckily this year, everything has remained kind of the way it has been doing for a number of years, but there's likely going to be some changes coming here in the near future. One of the other major programs that we do manage is we co-manage a wild horse and burro program with various state and federal agencies. One of them is the Spring Mountain Complex, which we co-manage with the U.S. Forest Service. I almost said Fish and Wildlife Service. I apologize. We also manage the Nevada Wild Horse Range, which is entirely contained within the Nevada Test and Training Range, which creates some unique management opportunities. We also have the Lake Mead Complex, which is in the National Park Service and around from Moapa to around the lake. Recently completed the Spring Mountain Complex Wild Horse and Burro Bait Gather, where we removed 97 excess wild horses and 425 excess burros, which I'm also happy to say most of those animals are up and available for adoption today as well. They are currently being transported to Palomino Valley, and most of those animals are still there waiting their adoption. With that, I will take any questions.
All right. Questions from members of the committee? We'll start with Commissioner Jones.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Pei, for your and your colleagues, Chatterton and the entire BLM team, for being so open during the whole process of the working group on streamlining, hosting us at your office to really go through the BLM process so we could figure out opportunities for streamlining that process and working collaboratively. And on the Converse side, for helping with advancing really fun SNPMA funded projects like the Desert Flow Bike Park that's coming to the Southwest very soon.
All right. Vice Chair Anderson.
And thank you so much for the presentation. The questions I have might be a little bit, you might not have in front of you, because it sounds like this was the last minute, hey, I've got a flat tire, you get to come on out here, possibly like situation.
Yeah, I've been working in Southern Nevada long enough. I probably have
There you
the
go, you
answer.
should. Okay. So my first question, you mentioned when it comes to speaking with the tribal interest, generally that there is conversations. Are these in-depth conversations? Or are these, which unfortunately has happened in the past, hey, just so you know, conversations? Are these where you come in and you actually speak with the tribal council? Or is it just where you're speaking with one member of the tribal nation?
It ranges. Generally speaking, our responsibility is with the government. And so our government to government consultation, for the most part, is very early and very often. Especially on these major projects that we see, the intent is to bring them into the conversation early so we can account for for their concerns earlier in the process. Very rarely does it not happen that way. Sometimes in the smaller stuff, communication sites, things like that in the Las Vegas Valley itself, where we're permitting stuff, there may not be as robust conversations with that because generally we know that they're not going to have concerns because we've built those relationships. Our goal is to maintain active tribal relations so that we don't have to necessarily consult on everything because we have those communications and we have regular communication. Most of the tribes that we work with on a normal basis, which include the several that hold reservations in the Southern Nevada district, we have monthly coordination meetings with them. We're often out here in this building, meeting with chairperson. And that is primarily where my role as a field manager is that my role with their tribal chairperson, making sure that we're talking about these decisions before we make them.
May I ask a follow-up? Thank you. Thank you for that, because again, I think many of us have heard of where somebody's like, hey, just so you know, yesterday we approved this, just an FYI. And then the little box gets checked. Yep, we consulted with them. So those in-depth conversations, those relationships, incredibly important. But then that actually does lend itself now to the next question that actually kind of goes hand in hand with the Nye County presentation. When I'm looking at all of these different items that are directly related to the federal land and how that's impacting Nye County, it is also true in Clark County, which I think you cover all those things. Do you ever consider the fiscal and economic losses to the city or to the county and or possibly the tribal nation when you, and this is where not having the right person here could get in the way, when you are actually pushing forward an item for consideration as it moves up in the BLM process?
Absolutely. Those are generally some of the questions that we get asked early on. Our general process, especially on major projects, is to reach out to all of the local and state governments to invite them to cooperate with us as cooperating agencies in the analysis process. In a lot of cases, we have really active participation from state and local governments. As you can imagine, especially in my field office, we have a lot of active participation from the state water engineer. We have a lot of we get a lot of participation from the National Park Service, who manages Devil's Hole. Also in Clark County, we have a really good working relationship with Clark County and their various departments. It's kind of hit or miss depending on what department you're trying to work with. Clark County is like our bureaucracy. It's big and bulky. But yeah, our intent is to have that conversation early and often, even with our partners.
Thank you. I do have one more. I just keep on like adding things, but I appreciate that because the conversation also, and I know that the prior presentation had to do with fiscal and economic losses, but there also has to be the cultural connections that someone beautifully said during public comment. I do not see him now about that balance between it's not just the economic, the water, it's also that cultural connection. So the earlier you can get all of those entities involved, I hope you do that. My last question, actually, I hope I'm not taking away Senator Hansen's thunder on this one. When you are selling the land at $100 an acre, is I think what you said, how are you guaranteeing that this is not going to be bought up by a large, especially if it's for affordable housing? how are you making sure that this is not going to be bought up by a large corporation that then turns around and sells it for 7 or to 8 or 10 times that amount?
So actually Commissioner Jones is probably a better person to speak to about this. For affordable housing projects, that can only be to a local government. It does not go to a private entity. It's either a housing authority or a local government that has to apply for that. And then there are covenants that are put on the deed to make sure that it remains affordable housing.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I didn't know if Commissioner Jones wanted to add in.
Nope. Mr. Pay got it right.
Thank you, because I was unaware of that. And so, but just to make sure though, then the county does not turn around and be like, hey, never mind, we can sell this for more. That's some of those guardrails that you're speaking of.
Yeah, but there's usually a development agreement between the local government and the BLM that outline, and the housing urban development that outlines how that's going to play out. And so everybody knows how it's going to be developed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for that much time.
There's a reversionary clause in the development agreement so that if anything hokey were to happen, that would revert to the BLM.
Other questions? All right. I don't see any other questions from our members. Thank you so much for filling in today. You did gave us great presentation and answered all of our questions. So we appreciate that. That will close out agenda item number 5. We have already done agenda item number 6. So that takes us to agenda item number 7. We will hear from the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. I'm Brian Croft. I'm the field supervisor for the Southern Nevada and Palm Springs Fish and Wildlife Office. We're an ecological services field office here with Krista Weish. Can introduce herself.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Krista Weiss with the Fish and Wildlife Service. I'm the acting project leader for the Desert Refuge Complex for the National Wildlife Refuge System.
So I'm going to talk just at a really high level about our agency, what we do, and then I'm going to go into a little bit more detail on the Ecological Services Program, which is the program that I work for. And then Krista is going to go into some more detail on the Desert National Wildlife Refuge Complex and the management that they do. And I just want to thank everybody for having us here. I think it's a great opportunity to talk to you guys more about our agency, what we do, our different programs, and just really appreciate the opportunity to do this. So U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we have a lot of different programs, refuges, which is Krista's program. They're our land base. They're the program that actually manages public lands within the agency. Refuges are set up for a lot of different reasons, whether it's management of migratory birds. Sometimes it's management of endangered species, like some of the refuges in Southern Nevada. There's the Ecological Services Program, which I work for. We administer the Endangered Species Act. So we do a lot of work with federal agencies on Section 7 consultation. We do a lot of work with permitting with local jurisdictions for incidental take of listed species and with industry and private individuals. Our Office of Migratory Birds is they administer the Bald and Golden Eagle Protection Act and the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. And they also do a lot of conservation work with respect to migratory birds. They keep tabs on population numbers for bald and golden eagles as well. Our Fish and Aquatic Conservation Program, they manage all of our national fish hatcheries and do a lot of work when it comes to fish and aquatic conservation. They do a lot of work on fish passage and dam removals in certain areas of the country. And then there's our Office of Law Enforcement. They're the enforcement side of the Fish and Wildlife Service, and they work on anytime there's a violation of federal wildlife laws, they work on investigating and bringing a case with Department of Justice for those actions. And they also do a lot of work on trying to combat smuggling and illegal smuggling of wildlife and wildlife parts. There's a variety of different international conventions and treaties that govern what you can and can't bring in and out of the country when it comes to wildlife and wildlife parts. So the Palm Springs in Southern Nevada Ecological Services Field Office, our Fish and Wildlife Service nationwide is broken into 8 different regions. Region 8 is the region that our field office is part of. That region's broken down into 8 different field offices. The Palm Springs in Southern Nevada field office comprises an area of primarily the Mojave Desert in Southern California and Southern Nevada, and portions of the Sonoran Desert that come over into Southern California from Arizona. We do a lot of Section 7 consultation. Under the Endangered Species Act, any federal agency that's carrying out an activity that may impact listed species, the federal agency has the determination as to whether they think it may impact a listed species. If they make that determination, they perform a consultation with us to analyze whether or not we think that action is likely to jeopardize the continued existence of the species or preclude our ability to recover that species in the future. And we're able to work through with them a lot on different measures that they can take to minimize take of listed species during project implementation. So we do a lot of work with BLM in Southern Nevada, lots of solar projects over the last several years. We work a lot on energy transmission projects and mining projects. Those are kind of some of the main things. We do some work on land use planning whenever there's a resource management plan amendment or change. We will do Section 7 consultation on those things to look at the impacts of that land use planning change on listed species. We do incidental take permitting under Section 10 of the ESA, and that's kind of the private side, non-federal side of what we do. Anytime there is a private development, any sort of development that doesn't have a federal nexus, it's not being permitted by the federal government or funded by the federal government or being carried out on federal lands, the proponent of that project, if there's a potential that they might take a listed species, they can come to us and request a permit to lawfully take that species during their development. And we do that through a habitat conservation planning process where we look at the different impacts of their project. We identify different ways they can minimize take of listed species during implementation of that project. And we identify ways they can offset those impacts that are unavoidable. And we do that at a variety of different scales. It can be done at a project level. We could work with an individual solar developer on an individual piece of private lands and just look at developing an HCP for that individual project. Or we can do it at a much larger scale, like with the Clark County MSHCP, where we're working with a local jurisdiction to try and streamline that whole permitting process so that each individual developer is not having to come to us for a permit or seek a permit from us to get that legal coverage. They're able to do it through the county, and all of the different covered activities that the county wants to cover are rolled into one large MSHCP. So with the Clark County one, Marcy talked a bit about that. We're working through an amendment with them on that large scale HCP right now, and making some progress on that. Let's see. So listing and classification, that's another big part of the role of ecological services. Anybody can petition the Fish and Wildlife Service to list a species under the Endangered Species Act. If the Fish and Wildlife Service thinks that they've provided enough information that it might warrant a deeper look, we will do a species status assessment and come up with what's called a 12-month finding. species status assessment's a really deep dive into how are the populations doing in terms of numbers, distribution, what are all the different threats to that species, and how immediate are those threats? Are they threats that might warrant an endangered listing because the impacts to the species are very immediate, or are they things that are further out into the future and we know they're affecting that species, but the potential for extinction in the immediate future is very low, and that would lead us towards doing more of a threatened species status. We'll go through that entire species status assessment process. If we make a determination that we think it might warrant listing, that goes to the decision maker, whoever is making the decision on that particular listing package, and we would issue a proposed rule for listing, and then that goes out for public comment at that time. Oftentimes during that public comment period, we can work also with affected entities. We can work with different land management agencies if there's conservation that can be put on the ground to potentially preclude the need for listing. There are different types of conservation agreements and efforts we can do during that phase to try and get more conservation in place so that we don't have to list the species. Once we finally get to a final rule, that's where we're making a final decision on listing. And we publish that in the Federal Register, whether it warrants listing or not. And then we do a lot of 5-year reviews. Every species that's on the endangered species list, we're supposed to do 5-year reviews. Every 5 years, we go through and we analyze the current status of the populations, distributions and numbers and threats, and we identify different things that we might want to change in terms of conservation recommendations for that species. And we do that every 5 years. That's also our opportunity internally to decide, has the species made enough progress towards recovery that we might want to start looking at a reclassification. And then finally, recovery planning and implementation. That's another big part of what we do. Every species that's listed under the Endangered Species Act, we have to write a recovery plan for that species. They're guidance documents. They're not regulatory in any way, but they provide basically a roadmap for recovery for that species. It identifies a variety of different actions that can be taken by partners, recovery partners, to move that species towards recovery. It identifies recovery targets and thresholds, delisting and downlisting criteria that we're shooting for. And different partners can look at that recovery plan and see what they can do within their own authorities to help advance conservation of that species. So BLM might have an opportunity to use funding that they want to use to implement a restoration project for desert tortoise. As an example, there might be some things that can be done through land use planning. If there's an amendment going on where they might say, this fits in really well with the recovery plan, these are some things that we could do to foster more recovery for that species. And then grant funding, we have different grant funding sources that we could provide to help benefit listed species. We have Section 6 grants, which are funding that we provide to state wildlife agencies so that they can use their resources and authorities to benefit listed species through their wildlife management programs. We have tribal wildlife grants that we will provide to tribes in partnership to do good things for listed species on tribal lands. And we have recovery challenge grants and a few other different grant funding sources that we provide so that, the Fish and Wildlife Service, in terms of endangered species, we have most of the land that listed species occur on are not lands that the Fish and Wildlife Service has any control over. And so we really have to work in partnership with other recovery partners to get things done for listed species. And so everything's a partnership when it comes to recovery planning and implementation. And then just technical assistance and staff support. We have a lot of really talented and knowledgeable biologists in our offices that can help with development of restoration projects, that can help with development of surveys and research studies and things like that in partnership with, other recovery partners can help us move recovery forward. So that's just kind of a quick overview of ecological services. And I'm going to turn it over now to Krista to go over the National Wildlife Refuge Complex.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. For the record, Krista Weiss. So in contrast to the Forest Service and the BLM, whom you've heard from today, and that are multiple use agencies, the Fish and Wildlife Service is a conservation agency. And so the National Wildlife Refuge System has a conservation mission, which is to administer a national network of lands and waters for the conservation management and, where appropriate, restoration of fish, wildlife, and plant resources and their habitats within the United States, for the benefit of present and future Americans. So in total, as of now, there are 573 National Wildlife Refuge units in the nation. Each refuge has its own establishing purpose, which can be a variety of different things. And I'm going to address that as we go through the different Southern Nevada National Wildlife Refuges, but they can be for a particular species or habitats and a number of other things. Within Nevada, we have 3 separately managed National Wildlife Refuge System units. There's Ruby National Wildlife Refuge in the Southern Ruby Valley. There's the Stillwater Complex in the Fallon area. And then the third one is the Desert National Wildlife Refuge Complex here in Southern Nevada. And we have 5 different stations that we manage. So here on this map, you can see our Southern Nevada refuges. In the middle is Desert National Wildlife Refuge. It was already mentioned that that's the largest refuge in the lower 48 states. Half of it's in Clark and the northern half in Lincoln County. Immediately to the north of it is Pahranagat National Wildlife Refuge. That's completely in Lincoln County. On the right and right next door to where we are today is Moapa Valley. And then in Nye County and on the map on the left is Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge that also houses the Ash Meadows Fish Conservation Facility, which is a separately managed station. So we focus on natural resource conservation, but we have a lot of outdoor recreation opportunities as well as education opportunities on our refuges. Our 3 larger refuges have visitor centers that were funded through SNPLMA. And that's Ash Meadows, Desert, and Pahranagat are the ones with visitor centers. Until recently, we also hosted the Nevada Fire Zone for the Fish and Wildlife Service, but fire was split out and is now a separate agency for all of DOI. On all of our refuges, we work with many partners, but in particularly, we work closely with the Nevada Department of Wildlife on different conservation and management challenges with NDOW. So this is Ash Meadows National Wildlife Refuge, and the refuge purpose, it was created for the protection of threatened and endangered species. It's an oasis in the Armagosa Valley, and it was created in 1984 and is approximately 24,000 acres. It houses a very large concentration of rare and endemic species, which are species that don't occur anywhere else in the world. There are at least 26 endemic species in this fairly small footprint, and 7 of those are threatened and 4 currently listed as endangered. Have a map of Ash Meadows, mostly in case it's needed for questions later on. And then the Ash Meadows Fish Conservation Facility is atypical for the National Wildlife Refuge System. It really is a tiny little fish hatchery and was created to provide a lifeboat population for the Devil's Hope pupfish. The Devil's Hole pupfish occurs naturally in Devil's Hole, which is managed by the National Park Service, but is essentially almost an inholding within Ash Meadows. So we work very closely there with the Park Service. And the fish conservation facility was created in order to have a backup population, which earlier this year, after a series of earthquakes, actually for the first time, it was necessary in order for the species not to go extinct in the wild to supplement from this captive population back into the wild. The Moapa Valley National Wildlife Refuge was created for Moapa dace, which is an endangered species. And it was the first national wildlife refuge that was created for the protection of a fish species. And that was in 1979. It's a very small refuge that's only about 136 acres at this point in time. And it is supposed to be there to protect and recover the Moapa dace and its habitat. At present, last count, there were almost 2,000 Moapa dace, and we have another survey coming up of the refuge and all other areas that have this species in the Muddy River system in about a week and a half. The Brannigat National Wildlife Refuge System was created in 1963 and is a very important migratory waterfowl stopover. So it was created to protect that habitat and those water and food resources for migratory birds with a particular emphasis on waterfowl. Supports a lot of hunting, and it is a little over 5,000 acres. We have been working there to restore a lot of wetland and water habitat since its inception, and have also, it is the most prolific banding station for migratory birds in the state of Nevada. And again, a map for reference of the refuge. And then lastly, Desert National Wildlife Refuge is the oldest one of our 5 stations here. It was created in 1936, and it was created for the protection of desert bighorn sheep, other native wildlife and their habitat. It's approximately 1.6 million acres and is the biggest contiguous existing habitat for desert bighorn sheep anywhere in the United States. It also is most of the refuge is currently proposed wilderness. And while it is open to the public, roughly half or nearly half of the refuge is actually not open to the public because there is a military overlay by the Nevada Test and Training Range. And so the western half of the refuge is access restricted by the military. And the public, as well as the Fish and Wildlife Service, have very limited access into that area. We do have a very popular bighorn sheep hunt, and there is also a bighorn sheep hunt on that military overlay area. So a few lucky sheep hunters get to go in there for 2 weeks of a year and try and fill their sheep tag. And with that, I want to thank you, and Brian and I will welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions from members of the committee? Wow, I don't see any questions from my members. What's that? Okay, I wanted to ask just a little bit about the pupfish. First of all, was that a picture of the pupfish we saw earlier in your presentation, the little purple fish?
Yes, so there are several species of pupfish. So these are the devil's hole pupfish. And I don't think I have any of the others. Yeah, there are, you probably can't tell, but there are pupfish in that water as well, which are a different species. Those would be the Armagosa pupfish.
Okay, and then I just wanted to clarify what you described is basically a fish hatchery that the Fish and Wildlife Service manages for the Devil's Hole pupfish. That's not in Devil's Hole.
That's correct. It's adjacent to Devil's Hole, so I knew I would need a map of something.
Yeah.
So Devil's Hole is,
And we're back.
all right. So, yeah, so the tiny little hatchery is essentially on Ash Meadows and about a mile away from actual Devil's Hole. It is our only station here that is not open to the public. We can on request do tours, but it doesn't have opening hours and so forth because it's very sensitive. There's a lot of biological hazards. We can't just have people with their outside shoes walk in there without protection and so forth. But it's not at Devil's Hole, but it is within Ash Meadows.
Got it. All right, thank you so much. I think those are all of our questions. We appreciate your presentation and answering my questions. And that will conclude this agenda item. Now, one second. We're going to jump to the fun part. We are going to have our work session while I have all of my members here. And I think we already have been discussing a couple of additions to the work session document, but I will turn it over to Mr. McDonald first to walk us through this.
Thank you, Chair. Jared McDonald, Committee Policy Analyst with the LCB. Before we begin, let me please remind you that as an employee of the LCB, I cannot advocate or oppose any measure that comes before the committee. My role here is to help facilitate this process. The work session document is available online for members watching on the internet, on the legislative website, particularly on our committee meeting page. And we also have some copies here available for the public in the room. To briefly outline a few parameters of the work session, the committee may choose to accept, reject, modify, or take no action on the recommendations. The committee is limited to 4 legislative measures, which includes BDRs and resolutions. However, the committee may draft as many letters as it likes or include statements in the final report. And with that, with the chair's approval, I will jump right in and review recommendation number 1. Recommendation number 1 is to send a letter to Nevada's congressional delegation seeking its support of the Santini-Burton Modernization Act of 2026 to allow existing federal funds to be used for active land management, wildfire prevention, and environmental protection in the Lake Tahoe Basin. Thank you, Chair.
All right, any questions on A1 or comments? All right, I would accept a motion to approve.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Anderson, a second from Senator Hansen. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Moving on to B2. We had originally contemplated sending a letter to NV Energy, asking them to work with Churchill County, and we have since received a letter from NV Energy, which I think has been uploaded, is going to be uploaded to the committee website, indicating that since our meeting on June 26th, they have already begun this process. They have had meetings with Churchill County. It sounds like they are working on a renewed partnership together. And so we will be removing B2 from the work session document and moving directly to C3.
Recommendation 3 is to send a letter to Nevada's Department of Wildlife requesting an update to exhibits submitted during the legislative hearings on Assembly Bill 176 of the legislative session pertaining to road closures on public lands.
Any questions, comments on this measure? All right, not seeing any, I would accept a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Senator Hansen, a second from Vice Chair Anderson. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries.
Madam Chair, before we leave C, could I make a comment?
Of course.
In our Fernley meeting, the committee agreed to send a letter to Elko County about access. In the meantime, just shortly after that, I did receive some information from Elko County. Unfortunately, that sort of dried up. I'm wondering if we could expand and have another letter to the Elko County Commission, basically, including the district attorney and the sheriff, just encouraging them to, kind of what we're going to do with the Fernley letter, encouraging them to open up the public access as per state law. Just a thought. Right now we're in a county with 2.4 million people in it, and not one single member of Clark County and the rest of the state can access huge blocks of land because state law is being ignored in that county. So anyway, I just thought we'd consider that since we had already approved it in the Fernley meeting. So with your permission, it would just be basically to ask the county to, make sure they're enforcing the state laws regarding access for all members of the public to have reasonable access to public lands.
All right, I will take any feedback from our members, starting with Vice Chair Anderson.
I'm just wondering if there's a specific road number that this requires, or is this related to an item specifically that's currently in state law? Just wondering.
For the audience, I always talk about RS 2477, and they had a bet on that how many times would I say RS 2477? That's 2 times now. I said none because I'm going to talk access, which is what it's all about. So I've already, whoever said 2, we're up to 2. I think it was 2473 actually is what I meant to say. But yeah, that's the state law. That's the federal law that allows the state to protect public access in the state. So yeah, 3 times. There, I'm done. Did you win the bet, Napa?
I did not. I didn't even participate. I was the one that, so sorry, Chair. I just gotta be the one to do the tallies. But if the chair would like, do you need a motion to have that? Or
I do.
I would so move to add the letter as requested by Senator Hansen.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. I'll take the second from Senator Cruz Crawford. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. All right, we have approved an additional item to send a letter to Elko County regarding access to public roads.
Madam Chair, one more thing on before we leave C.
Sure.
We have a brand new BLM director, Justin Abernathy. I met with Justin, went over some of these issues. What I think we should probably do is follow up because, you know, as we've learned, as we know, most of Nevada is BLM controlled. And most of the public lands that we're talking about are under BLM. And I think it would just behoove us to send a very positive letter encouraging the state director of BLM to help protect public access and enforce the federal laws. There's a bunch of federal laws too. So just a thought, you know, brand new guy. And just simply state, you know, we want him to know that we as a state legislative body want to promote and encourage him to do whatever's necessary to make sure our citizens and frankly, all the citizens of the United States have access to the public domain.
Okay. Any comments, feedback? I would accept a motion to send a letter to the new director of the BLM, congratulating him on his new position and expressing our desire to be good partners in creating public land access throughout the state of Nevada.
So moved.
We have a motion from
Second.
Vice Chair Anderson. We have a second from Senator Hansen. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. All right. Okay, that takes us, I think, to D4.
Recommendation number 4 is to request the drafting of a resolution urging Congress to demand transparency from federal land management agencies during decision-making processes governing federal land sales and permitting activities on public land. Thank you, Chair.
Any questions or comments on this item? All right, seeing none, I would accept a motion.
So moved.
We have a motion from Vice Chair Anderson. We have a second from Assemblymember Moore. Any discussion on the motion to approve D4? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. All right, that motion also carries. And that takes us to item D5.
Recommendation 5 is to send a letter to Nevada's Division of Environmental Protection to recommend that the division hold public meetings in advance of publishing draft permits to provide interested parties with preliminary information on proposed mining projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions, comments on this, Vice Chair Anderson?
Thank you. And I appreciate the individual bringing this forward. I really do. But when you look at the minutes from when this was discussed, which I wrote down the page number someplace, I feel like we already have a pretty lengthy process that is already in place for these items. I will not be supporting this just because I do feel like there's a pretty lengthy item. I can look through my notes to figure out where that page is. But if I remember correctly, there was, I want to say what it was like in the 80s. It was a very lengthy process, and I feel like doing the, hey, we're gonna give notice that we might do a draft, that adds another 90 days, and then this, and then this. It feels like it just becomes so cumbersome that you're never going to be able to move with things. And when such a huge percentage of our land is already owned by the federal government, I'm concerned that this would not do what it's really asking to be done. So I will be a no because of it. Oh, it's on page 86. That's where it is. Of the order of permit timing is mentioned. But I just feel like it's just one more thing. So I'm not comfortable supporting this at this time.
Okay. Other discussion on this, Commissioner Jones?
I concur with Assemblywoman Anderson on this.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Senator Hansen?
I'd propose we just withdraw this one.
All right.
I think she's raised legitimate concerns as well.
All right. Given the discussion, we will withdraw D5 at this time. I'd like to remind everybody that our work sessions are not, carved in stone. We can certainly keep a conversation open about this process or any other process that members of the public want to address during the legislative session. And we can revisit this recommendation or a similar recommendation down the road. And that concludes the items that have already been included in our work session. I think we do have a couple of additional proposals from our members. The staff loves it when I do this. And we add things to the work session document in real time. Anybody want to share their idea with the class? All right, we will start with Assemblymember Moore.
Yes, let me pull up my notes. But I would like to propose a bill, BDR, to be drafted requiring that the state land use planning agency track whether federal land conveyed for housing is actually being used to build homes, including acreage conveyed, units planned, units completed, price ranges, and reasons for delays, specifically around affordable housing.
Second.
We can take a formal motion to draft. Well, first, let's have a little conversation. Anybody want to weigh in on this proposal in general? If not, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. I feel like the presentation earlier today from Clark County, as well as the information that was provided in other areas, has shown that truly people are using sometimes the idea of affordable housing, but then we don't really know what that information means. And I just feel like Assemblymember Moore's idea would allow us to see this a little bit clearer as to whether or not and have that documentation necessary. So.
All right. And it also sounds to me like there are a couple of different agencies that are involved in this. So I would accept a motion just to require reporting on the transfer of public lands for the purpose of housing, and that the reporting include the ultimate disposition of that land, whether or not units were built, reasons for delays, et cetera. All right. We have a motion from Assemblymember Moore. We have a second from Senator Hansen. Any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The motion carries. Anybody else have an idea they'd like to share with the class? All right, Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much. During the presentation earlier today from, I think it was from Nye County, there was a discussion regarding a Nevada report on the fiscal and economic losses that took place in the last century. And so it'd be really wonderful if we could either send a letter or do what we had done with D4 of resolution, urging Congress to update this report. I don't know what the proper item would be, if that is either a letter to our delegation asking for that, or if we would actually have to have it as a resolution. I just feel like with what we heard in the last public lands meeting of the expansion of, with the expansion of Top Gun, as well as many items we're seeing now in the news of more and more federal land being utilized for other items, it'd be nice to have that updated.
We can absolutely send a letter to our congressional delegation. We can also send that same letter directly to BLM or other federal agencies that would be relevant.
That's exactly what I would love to have to happen.
All right, first let's go to Senator Hansen.
Am I coming through? Yeah. Yeah. I agree completely. In fact, what we might do with the congressional delegation letter, the whole payment in lieu of taxes issue for the small counties especially is woefully inadequate and needs to be updated, adjusted for inflation and everything else. Like in the presentation, Nye County got $917,000. In their presentation, they recommended that the amount of economic loss to Nye County was over $150 million. So just a thought, but I know that the entire time I've been in the legislature, there've been deep concerns over the inadequacy of the payment in lieu of, basically it's payment in lieu of property tax revenue for a county. And it's way low. And as much as the federal government spends, you think they could be a little bit more generous with the rural counties in Nevada.
All right, so that would be a motion to send a letter to our federal delegation and relevant federal agencies requesting an update to this report, including information on the payment in lieu of taxes system. All right, we have.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Vice Chair Anderson. We have a second from Senator Hansen. Any discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, I have, anybody else? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We had today in an earlier presentation, an interesting thing that the tribes had brought up, and that is we have bighorn sheep on their sovereign nations, but we have rules right now that don't allow them to hunt them. So I thought we could send a letter to perhaps the State Wildlife Commission or Wildlife Department or whoever and see what is the rationale behind that? Because if they're sovereign nations, and in fact, these in many cases, for example, at Pyramid Lake, they planted the Department of Wildlife planted a bighorn sheep there in the ranges around the reservation. But then the Indians at Pyramid Lake are not allowed to hunt them, even though it's on their sovereign tribal land. So anyway, I just thought we might want to send a letter for a clarification, and then depending on the answer that we get back, we may at the legislative level address that.
All right, I will accept that as a motion to draft a letter to the Nevada Department of Wildlife regarding the bighorn sheep on tribal land.
Second.
Oh, we have a second from Commissioner Jones. We'll go to discussion. Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you so much, Chair. I agree with the idea of the letter, but then at the end with a possible legislation, does that need to be in the motion as well? If the letter is not to the chair's comfort level? I just need a little clarification on the idea of possible legislative action afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that would be implied, and maybe they'll send us a letter back, but do we want to have it with a semi-threatening thing that, if we don't get a letter back that we like, that we may introduce legislation to force you to do what you don't want to do. So I would think I'm in favor of adding that to the letter. I think our initial approach might be a little more, let's see maybe there's a super good reason why they don't allow that. But-
Yeah,
So that's just a thought.
Let's keep it with getting some information from them, and then they can review these minutes and be prepared for a bill if somebody here sees fit to use one of their personal BDRs for that purpose. Okay, I think we were in discussion of the motion. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Okay, that motion carries. Anybody else with their own letters to draft, bills to draft, resolutions to draft? Okay, I have one. We also heard this morning from some of the members of the tribe here that they are having issues with building solar projects on their own land. And so I would like to work with some of our partners to draft a bill that addresses the issues with the designation of solar panels for purposes of assessing taxes in order to allow them to continue these projects. That is my motion.
Second.
All right, we have a second from Assemblymember Moore. Any discussion on the motion? I don't see any discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? All right. I believe that covers everything. Okay, I think that takes us to the end of our work session. And with that, we will take a very brief break so that the members here can grab lunch and you all can stretch your legs, grab a snack, whatever you need to do. We will come back here. We're going to take a working lunch. So please forgive us for bringing our lunches back to the dais and eating through presentations, but I want to get everybody out of here at a reasonable hour. So we will come back here at, let's say, 12:35.
Madam Chair, before we go to
Oh,
recess,
so
I just
sorry.
wanted, it's all good. I just want to say I have to leave to catch a flight, but I just want to say thank you to the chair, to the committee, to our legislative police for the opportunity to serve on this committee for the last 3 sessions. This will be my last meeting, and I just want to say thank you for this opportunity.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for serving on this committee for these last 3 interims. You have been an integral part of the process and brought so much knowledge and perspective to us. We really, really do appreciate your service. And so thank you. All right, we'll be back at 12:35.
Check 1, 2, check, check.
All right, I will call this meeting back to order. We are going to go a little bit out of order and move to agenda item number 9, our presentation from DRI. Please come on up and go ahead when you're ready.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Tracy Bauer. I'm with the Desert Research Institute. For more than 65 years, our scientists and the students who work alongside them have been working to address our planet's most pressing environmental challenges. I'm joined today by Dr. Trey Flowers, Executive Director for DRI's Division of Hydrologic Sciences. And today we'll highlight some of the important and fascinating research projects that are being conducted on public lands or that impact public lands, again, by our scientists and the students who work alongside them. DRI serves as the nonprofit research arm of the Nevada system of higher education. We do not grant degrees, but we do have graduate students from UNLV and UNR who work alongside our scientists, along with undergraduate students from Nevada system of higher education institutions who are eligible for paid internships at DRI. Our research is primarily focused on the human impact on the environment and the environment's impact on humans. This research includes research projects on air, water, earth, wildfire, and how all of those impact the people. DRI receives funding from the state for the administrative side of DRI and for our facilities, but our scientists are soft money funded. Their salaries are paid for by the grants and contracts that they work on. I'd like to turn it over now to Dr. Flowers to talk a little bit more about the specific projects that DRI is working on public lands.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Dr. Trey Flowers with the Desert Research Institute. Thank you for having me. So the Desert Research Institute has over 65 years of experience in conducting research on our public lands. We conduct this research so that the public lands can be used, enjoyed, preserved, and for the next generations. So I'm going to go through today several projects that we have done, some of our most impactful projects on the landscapes, how the people interact with those landscapes, the plant life, the wildlife on those landscapes. So the first project that I would like to highlight is Lake Tahoe. DRI works very closely with the Lake Tahoe communities. We have created modeling systems that help us understand the dynamics of the lake. We have worked on nutrient migration in the nearshore environment so that we can help protect the lake, the clarity of the lake, and keep Tahoe blue. We have also, we were the first organization to identify microplastics and plastic pollution on the bottom of the lake. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we have world-renowned scientists. We have one of the most foremost microplastics research groups in the country at the Desert Research Institute. It's led by Dr. Monica Arienzo, who is pictured in the foreground here. And through Monica's work, DRI studies on our public lands. We study how human beings interact with those public lands and how those public lands in turn impact humans. So we were the first to identify plastics on the bottom of the lake and found that there were around 133 pieces of plastic litter per square mile of the lake. That's a little less than you would see in the Great Lakes, for example, but still way too many for the pristine environment of Lake Tahoe. Next slide. DRI also does work on researching the wildlife on our public lands. So an example here is Dr. Dwayne Moser. Dr. Moser studies the devil's hole pupfish. And here's a photo of him training a student. And they are out conducting a research project where they're measuring water quality for the Devil's Hole pupfish. And comparing that to the Ash Meadows Conservation Facility. So interestingly enough, one of DRI's main missions, as Tracy said, is to train students and training the next generation of people who will be the stewards of Nevada's public lands after we're gone. Next slide, please. DRI does research in how wildfires affect public lands and how humans can still enjoy those lands in the face of wildfire risk. Nevada and the surrounding states are particularly susceptible to wildfires because we have a unique ecosystem here, a desert sagebrush ecosystem. And one of the projects that we are working on is harnessing the data revolution for fire science. Unfortunately, this project was recently impacted by the bug fire in Reno, and we were able to get some of our equipment out of the area, but we did lose some of the equipment to the bug fire. The important thing to note here is that this project will go on. We will continue. We're going to recover and continue serving the people of Nevada and our public lands. So DRI also studies the plant life that lives on our public lands. Pictured here is Tiffany Pereira. Tiffany created the first ever guide to seeds and seedlings on our public lands here in the state of Nevada. So she is an incredibly talented artist, and she has this illustrated guide to seeds and seedlings, the first of its kind that has ever been created. And Tiffany's group very much puts into practice what they preach. So a couple of weeks ago, her group held a volunteer event where they went into the Tule Springs Fossil Bed National Monument and did an invasive weed pull. And they were able to help protect the plant life in our public lands. Next slide, please. So DRI also has a fairly vast contingent of archaeologists, anthropologists, cultural resource specialists. We work with the original stewards of our public lands to ensure that the cultural heritage of those lands are preserved, honored, and made available for the future generations. Next slide. So one of the projects that we are working on here is preserving arbor glyphs. So an arbor glyph is a carving in a tree. There's a fairly prominent Basque culture that was existing in Nevada around the turn of the 20th century. And Basque shepherds that would work the lands, and they would carve symbols into the trees, either as wayfinders or as, just simple, I was here. And unfortunately, we're starting to lose these arbor glyphs because we're getting to the natural lifespan, the end of the natural lifespan of the trees that they were carved into. So we're starting to lose these. And Dr. Riston, DRI archaeologist or anthropologist, is out trying to document these so they're preserved and not lost forever. Next slide. And finally, on our archaeology side, we have a researcher down here in Las Vegas who is creating virtual field tours. Megan Stuve is creating virtual tours of our cultural heritage sites here in Nevada, so that if you have accessibility issues and maybe can't climb up a 8-foot rock face to go and see a petroglyph or see a cultural resource, you can go online and anybody for free can go and see these resources through a virtual tour. DRI also does research on how to keep our public lands productive. So one of the long-standing projects that we've had is our cloud seeding project. And in the 2026 season, we were able to increase our water resources by about 27,000 acre feet with our cloud seeding program. And Madam Chair, I would like to thank you very much for the support that you've shown through this through the years, and for the action that you've been taking on keeping this program going. Thank you. So next slide, please. DRI also does considerable amount of research on helping the public enjoy our public lands. One of the main projects that we've been doing is to protect our national park scenery. This is in relation to haze and smoke particles. So next slide, please. So this is an example. I won't go into the details here, but for your awareness, the larger the circle and the more colors in the circle, that is the worse that the haze problem is for that particular national park. Our Jarbidge and Great Basin National Parks are some of the least impaired in the country. So it's something that we certainly want to preserve for the enjoyment of future generations. Also, even when you factor in wildfires, so again, similar type of device, the larger the circle and the more green the circle, the more impacted that national park is by wildfire. And so we are doing very well here in the state of Nevada, and trying to achieve our haze guidelines. We are very much on track to achieving the goals for reducing haze in our national parks. And finally, I want to wrap up here on DRI doing research. Nevada is a state built on extractive industries, and we'd like to do research where we can help those industries use those lands responsible, so those lands are preserved for future generations. One of our big projects in this is to study how lithium mining impacts our water resources, and how people who are extracting lithium from Nevada's resources can do so in a responsible manner, so that the water can be preserved and protected. And Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for your attention. It's been our pleasure to come here today and speak to you.
Thank you so much for being here. And it is my pleasure to work on cloud seeding. That has a special place in my heart. Much like me, it is often misunderstood at first. Are there questions from members of the committee? I'll start with Vice Chair Anderson.
Thank you. And it's not really a question, just more of a compliment. I've always enjoyed working with all of you. And in my other world, as a teacher, I oftentimes use many of your reports in so many ways. Right now, the heat index that is, although not part of public lands, definitely does impact us. I really do want to thank you with that. And actually, I do have a question. With this idea of such a cool item of the being able to the virtual outdoor experience, incredible. So excited it's out there. How are you advertising it, or is it still in the testing phases?
Madam Chair, through you to Vice Chair Anderson.
Oh, please go direct.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Anderson, this is a program that is in development right now. They are in the process of shooting these. Again, we're a soft money funded institution, so we are at the point now where we're finding funding to be able to do these. So they have a couple of them that they have shot. And then we'll do a pretty robust social media campaign to get it out there. We think this will be a great tool to include as well in our STEM education program as well. And I just want to say too, the scientist who did this, I thought that the inspiration for this was really powerful. She spoke at one of our science lecture series and said that her inspiration for doing this was her grandmother, who really loved the outdoors but couldn't access a lot of these places. And so she wanted to create a program where people who couldn't go to the places and actually visit them, or if it's a place that's sensitive, from an ecological standpoint, and you don't want a lot of people traipsing through it, the people could still enjoy it. So again, a really powerful program, and one that we really look forward to expanding in the next couple of years.
Thank you so much for that background information, because it does make a big difference. And I'll tell you right now, I will be using this in my classroom. My juniors are having to do something that Fred Horlacher, a few of us might remember Fred, used to do all the time, which was where he made our students go out, and I was one of those people who had to go out and discover parts of history, and you had to take a picture and all those things. Well, this year, because of year 250, I'm making my students go every quarter to discover different places in our area. And so for my students that can't drive, and even for those that can, I'll be telling them about this. So thank you so much. And I would love to work with you in the future about some different partnerships possibly. Really appreciate the work. Thank you, Chair.
Other questions? Senator Cruz Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. DRI is one of my favorite institutions because they cost the state the least amount of money. So thank you for everything that you do. With the NVEP score, is that how you pronounce it? Was the equipment damage covered by insurance or? Yeah, that's it.
Thank you for the question, Senator Cruz Crawford. We do believe that it will be covered by insurance through the Nevada System of Higher Education's policy. That's a joint project that DRI is working on with UNLV and UNR. That is a very new issue, so we're kind of working through the insurance part of it with NCHE, but we do believe that it will be covered. It may change the focus of that research just a little bit, obviously, since we have kind of a fresh burned area that gives them something new to study. And then again, some of the equipment that was lost. So we're kind of working through all of that right now since that fire just occurred.
Thank you. Again, going with the theme of the most affordable institution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from members of the committee? All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you being here. You guys do a lot of work on public lands, and so we value your contributions and thank you for joining us. At this time, we can move to agenda item number 8. I think we have Ms. M and Ms. Tiger here. Or we can go to agenda item 10 and come back to you, whatever you prefer. Go ahead. Wonderful.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having this agenda item for us today for the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. We are pleased to be here today to take about 20 minutes to talk about some issues that are impacting tribal nations regarding public land. My name is Stacy M. I'm the chair of the department.
Howdy, and good afternoon. My name is Tammy Tiger.
Oh, you need to turn on the microphone. There's a little button. Yeah.
Thank you. Howdy, and good afternoon. My name is Tammy Tiger. I'm a citizen of Choctaw Nation, over 35-year resident of Southern Nevada. And I serve as vice chair on the commission of the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. And I just want to thank you all for the invitation, and thank you to the Moapa Band of Paiute tribes for hosting us here on their lands today. So I'm going to open us up a little bit and then turn it over to my friend, the chair, who is the expert in this area and this space, and just tell you a little bit about the Nevada Department of Native American Affairs. We were created under statute in 1965 to study matters affecting the social and economic well-being of Nevada's tribal communities. We do not speak for tribes. We are here to uplift, support, and act as a liaison between tribal communities and the governor's office. And so we work to develop and improve cooperation, communication between the tribes and the governor's office, but in addition to the state, where we have designated liaisons, we also work to ensure that there is communication at all levels of government to the counties, the cities, and town boards. Our primary goal and the way that our office is set up is so that we have different liaisons to help ensure that education, employment, health, well-being, and the socioeconomic status of Nevada's tribal communities and our urban Native citizens are all, that our voices are heard, that our perspectives are shared, and that we do what we can to facilitate that. We do have a formal tribal consultation policy that was enacted under AB 264 that Chair M will share in a little bit. But just as an overview, that there are 28 different tribal communities all through the state, in addition to 62,000 urban Native citizens who, like myself, are from tribes but call Nevada home. And our total population across the state is about 100,000. So I'm going to turn it over to Chair M. Thank you.
So we're going to talk a little bit about how does public land management affect Nevada tribes. And we are not speaking on behalf of the tribes today. We are speaking as part of the department. And we're going to look at 4 basic things that are impacting everybody. They impact every single one of you sitting in those chairs, and they're impacting each of our federally recognized tribes in the state. So the restricted access and the sacred site degradation, and then we have restricted access and limited consultation. So you're going to hear me talk a lot about consultation because that is one of the biggest things that is affecting our tribal nations. As you can see, the Aboriginal lands of the Northern Paiute, the Shoshone, the Washoe, the Southern Paiute, in the map there.
Sacred sites and public lands are places that we all share. Nevada tribal communities have an extensive historic, as we say, perspective that goes back to time immemorial, to the original people of the state. And so there are 4 national monuments that have been uplifted at the federal level for protection of these sites. And on the sacred sites, you'll commonly see us come to the legislation for some joint resolutions that we uplift to the federal government to help protect Nevada's public lands.
Okay, so we're going to start with the benefits of tribal ecological knowledge and the importance of that history and culture. We know that our tribes in Nevada have a rich history, and we would like to see them at the table in discussing this rich history. I think some other things that we would like to point out is that our reservations were set up even before our tribal governments were by the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934. So if you can imagine these land bases and then you come in and set up these tribal governments. So we definitely want to recognize that and just this importance of the heritage and the culture on these public lands.
We know for the thousands of years of protecting these lands, we have wildfires or such, as an example, a way that cultural knowledge has been introduced at the federal level with the U.S. Forest Service. So the way cultural burnings and the way that we have traditionally cared for the land, engaged with the land using our cultural ways has been significant in the way the federal government and state governments are using our ways to integrate into their policies to help protect the land. And that's really the basis of using traditional ecological knowledge.
So what is those impacts? And I really want to focus today on a proposed law change. We have a lot of federal laws that are changing right now. And as we get a grip onto or an understanding of what these changes are, one of the major changes that could have impact is the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106. The concerns of that are the basis of tribal consultation could be optional. The narrowing of the definitions. So definitions of historic properties could exclude our natural landscapes, our mountains, our bodies of water with sacred or cultural significance. It's also, there's a little bit, and we don't know what that law is going to be yet because the language hasn't been released, but there's a lot of discussion. It could have agencies determine what information is made public and what is not. So basically looking at, we're going to see, we're expecting a 30-day public comment period. I think tribes across the nation are gathering to determine what this is going to mean, what it's going to look like, but expect there to be a lot of discussions in the coming months of this Section 106. You might be hearing those discussions already, but we're definitely going to hear more, especially as the language gets released. I believe there's a red line of a document now, but as the federal government releases those proposed changes and moves to that 30-day comment period, there will be a lot more discussion. The second point on our public lands is our livestock grazing. It's interesting that we do have several livestock associations on our tribal lands that were actually created before the tribal government. So you heard me talk about the tribal governments established in 1934. We are seeing articles of incorporation of grazing livestock associations on Indian land in the 1920s. So also, in addition, when they did purchase some ranches or over time, some of our tribal governments also have Forest Service and BLM grazing permits that they are currently utilizing. Just keep that in the back of your mind that there is livestock grazing. They are using public land in addition to reservation land. Now we're going to move on to mining. So as Commissioner Tiger talked about Nevada's policy in AB 264 that provides a framework for consultation, there are some concerns with the number of mining permits and the short turnaround on the comment periods within BLM and Forest Service and some of these new regulations regarding water quantity and quality. The main things, those issues that we see with mining, the impact to the natural resources, impact to the tribal communities. And I think the one thing that I do want to point out is, in Nevada, I believe our mining tax laws is the 1800s. Counties are involved in that, in the taxes, which these mine sites are within county lands, but they get net proceed of mines tax bases. Tribes do not get anything. So one of the new things, and I don't think it's new, I just think it's starting to happen, is this whole discussion of community benefit agreements. And what does that look like if a tribe is impacted? We have seen in 2026, one of our tribes be proactive and enter into a community service benefit agreement. That mine is up in Idaho, but that tribe is looking at walking down that path. And we may have other tribes that start looking at what does that look like. And we're also probably going to see, other communities. And it will be interesting to see if we have tribes, cities, and counties that go in together and start working together towards those agreements too. So that is kind of a new language that everybody is talking as everybody's getting hit with new mines coming into the state.
I'll just add what that looks like. Our people, as well as the rural communities, are some of the most impacted by the mining activities. I'm from Southern Nevada, so when I started going and venturing out north and learning about Northern Nevada tribes, I found out that there was a tribe that had to have drinking water delivered to them for 10 years because of the contamination of their water system. That we have people here in Southern Nevada impacted through high cancer rates. This is a concern for everyone. This is a legitimate health and safety concern, and that tribes are just not even equally considered in how the mining tax is structured or even the permitting process were often bypassed and not true consultation. And that was really not only a concern for us to pass the state tribal consultation law, but there already has been in existence for several years, the federal consultation law.
Moving on to something that you're probably going to hear a lot about, data centers. So there is a lot of discussion about data centers on public land and how that would benefit tribal communities that are next to them. There are so many unknowns as to the long-term impacts of data centers, including the amount of water they use and the amount of power that they use. No data center is alike, but we definitely want to put on the radar that this is a concern and will be a continued concern of how tribal lands are impacted, as well as the natural resources, including water. So I guess we're ending with how we can provide consultation in public lands management and give our tribal leaders a voice to make sure that our tribal leaders in the state have that ability to comment and bring their concerns forward. We in Nevada do have a consultation process. We do have our state agencies that have tribal liaisons, but we do right now in the federal government who manages our public lands, a decrease in the number of, first of all, federal staff, and then we have some federal laws that are changing. So as a state, how can we support and build capacity to give our tribal governments a voice? How do we create those environments for formal dialogue? And I think that's something that we are all going to need to work together as we move forward. We have Indian tribes in Nevada that are very robust and are very capable. And then we have Indian tribes that just do not have the capacity to maybe even sit at the table at this time due to funding, due to other issues. So I think as we move forward, we're going to be looking at how to build that capacity to give a voice. The one thing we all know is wildfire, wildlife, our water, they don't adhere to boundaries that we set for ourselves in modern society.
In addition to, I would just say that the global standard is free, prior, and informed consent in working with Indigenous people, and especially when you think about the Indigenous knowledge that our tribal nations here have to offer, that it should be considered a value to enter into communication with them early on in the process. There is a federal consultation policy. Our policy is consultation and collaboration. Come to the table early with our tribes, come and meet them in person, and work with your constituents on these issues early on and see what they have to offer and to the project in itself. Our Native people know the land better than anyone else in this state. And so I just wanted to uplift that it's a valuable resource that should be considered in all aspects of the planning processes with anything that has to do with public lands.
And with that, we will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from members of the committee? Looks like you've covered almost everything. Vice Chair Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you so much. And I'm unsure if you'll be able to answer this or if this is more for the department. But with the new BLM director, has he or that new, has the BLM reached out to the department and or the council to be able to work with you? Or has your experience more that he is reaching out more to the tribes individually, the tribal nations individually?
This is Commissioner Stacy M. I think that is probably a question for Director Montooth because we're not involved in the day-to-day operations. And I do know that on the grazing side, we do have BLM working with some of our tribal governments for the grazing permits. In my world, I'm surrounded by a lot of agriculture, so I do know that, but I am unsure if, they are reaching out for the mining permits for, there's limited data centers on public land. I think there's a big fear right now as that moves forward, what that's going to look like. So, but yeah, I'm unaware.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that answer. Great presentation.
Other questions? I was wondering if you could talk a little bit more about your involvement in the mining permitting process and whether in Nevada you are having those tribal consultations or you're participating in public comments. What's been your experience or I understand that you don't speak for the tribes, but what can you tell us about their involvement in that process?
I would say depending on the mining company, there are different levels of consultation that take place. From the time that I've been involved, around 2020, when the lithium mining consultation was happening, and the tribes were very concerned about the impacts to their sacred site, Pahimaha. The consultation was in the form of a letter mailed to their tribal offices, which were closed during COVID. And so obviously that is not true consultation and engagement with the tribes. Of course, there was the tribe office wasn't open. There was a pandemic happening at the time, but not even a phone call or direct, just trying to communicate. So I think with each mining company and each project, it's different. Some of them do better than others, obviously. But I think that probably, one of the things that we advocate for is that you include the Department of Native American Affairs in that consultation, that the projects include us so that we can make sure that that connection is made. We can circle back, we can follow up. As we stated, our tribal communities are running their governments, their municipalities, they're serving their citizens every day like any city would. And so we want to make sure that these communications are heard and that have the opportunity to have the tribal council's ear, and that we can support the tribes in any way to make sure that the communication is made and connected back. So I would just say that it's different.
So this is Commissioner Stacy M. I think one of the things that's impacting the tribes more than anything is understanding not the mining companies that are up and operating now, not the Nevada gold mines who already have some processes, or a new mine, HUD Bay, that's trying to do outreach. It's all those permits sitting at the federal level that everybody's unaware of. And is there a consultation process as those permits are approved? Do they know? And that's one of the things that I see kind of slipping through the cracks right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that information. All right. Not seeing any other questions from our committee. I want to thank you so much for your time and for your presentation today. That will conclude agenda item number 8. And we will move now to agenda item number 10 and hear from the Nature Conservancy.
Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. My name is Liz Munn, and I work for the Nature Conservancy here in Nevada. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk about the Nature Conservancy today. And I want to thank the Moapa Band of Paiutes for, again, opening up their home to host this meeting today. I'm joined by my colleague, Mervyn Wright Jr., who is our Restoration Tribal Liaison, who works for the Nature Conservancy. And he and I are going to walk through a series of ideas or a presentation about the work that the Nature Conservancy does in Nevada that I titled The Products and Projects for People and Nature in Nevada. And hopefully that'll make sense as we go along. First, a little bit about the Nature Conservancy. If you don't know us, the mission of the Nature Conservancy is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends. And we've been at that for 75 years, all over the United States as well as all over the world. We are the largest conservation organization in the world, and we have business units throughout the United States and as I said, kind of throughout the world. We come from land trust roots, which is to say a lot of people know about the Nature Conservancy because we come from our origin story is from an organization that purchased private land and protected that. We have a legacy of that here that we are, in fact, quite proud of. The Nature Conservancy here in Nevada was founded 40 years ago, this business unit, as we helped protect ash meadows, which you heard about earlier today, and we're really proud of that legacy. If you haven't been to some of our preserves, I take the moment to invite you out now. We have River Fork Ranch down in the Carson Valley, which is a beautiful place. If you need a break from the legislative session, I invite you to go take a walk there. The Truckee River, along the Truckee River, we have the McCarran Ranch Preserve, where we've done incredible work to restore the floodplain of that, and the cottonwood trees that you see going down the Truckee River corridor, maybe if you're stuck in traffic, are part of our proud heritage. And down here, I invite folks to visit the Amargosa River and the properties along that the Oasis Valley that we're very proud to steward these days. That said, like any 40 to 75-year-old, we have grown and learned, and we are more than just a land protection organization. We really try to be science-based and solutions-oriented and provide decision makers like yourselves with information that might be helpful to helping conserve our natural lands and conserve our beautiful public lands. So we're thinking at much larger scales now as the scales of the challenges facing conservation have grown. Obviously, we are in an unprecedented time of change. And so we have to think both at that very large scale, but also at a small scale. We still continue to do place-based work. We believe that working with communities matters, and that's where we show the work on the ground. And hopefully we can talk about all of that in the next 16 minutes. I want to talk about my why, which is why work. My job is I'm the strategy director for Nevada Resilient Public Lands for the Nature Conservancy. I'm based in Reno. And, you know, I know a lot of you've been working on the Public Lands Committee for a while, and you've gotten to see some of the beautiful places in Nevada that are wild and open. People call Montana big sky country, but I think Nevada could give it a run for its money. I was out last weekend in the Big Smoky Valley, and I was talking to some NDOW employees, and they talked about how in that valley, when the wind stops and the animals relax, there have been times where they have, using very sensitive noise meters, measured 0 decibels. 0 decibels. It's like the quietest place on earth. And I think that's incredible to have that in our backyard. Maybe it's because I'm a parent of twin boys, but like the notion of a place that's that quiet and that open and that beautiful is really unique, and it deserves our protection and conservation. So that's part of my why. The other part of my why is here. I'm really proud to work for the Nature Conservancy because we try really hard to work with people. This is a picture of the Roger group. If you don't know of the Results-Oriented Grazing for Ecological Resilience group, it is a rancher-led group that is helping tackle really thorny issues on public lands, from permitting to Lahontan cutthroat trout to anything you can imagine, fire. And this is a group of agencies and private lands individuals and nonprofits like us that are trying to find these solutions with smiling faces if we can. Sherm Swanson always says, be tough on the problem and easy on the people. And I'm really, it's the reason why I do this work. But I want to talk about what the Nature Conservancy potentially has to offer you all and to other land managers. And as I said, this is about both the products to support decisions as well as the projects that demonstrate solutions. And I hope to leave you all with a little bit of hope about what is possible on these landscapes when groups like we were just looking at kind of work together. But we do work at a very large scale, and we're going to start up at the top here. We're not going to do all these, don't worry. We're gonna skip down. I want to talk about a report that we commissioned across the United States to quantify the value of nature for people. And there's a handout that I made available to you all that quantifies those specific values for Nevada. I'm going to bring a couple items to the top here. With the folks from the Forest Service were talking about the fuels reduction work that they are doing. There have been scientific studies that point that $1 of prevention basically leads to $7 of value. That's a great return on investment. It doesn't mean that it's cheap to do, but it has a real value on the back end. We also that report pointed out that over 50% of Nevada's counties rely almost exclusively on groundwater for their municipal and public uses. So protecting those resources, those natural resources that supply that groundwater is incredibly important for the vibrancy of these communities and the nature going forward. And of course, outdoor recreation being so valuable to this state. It's 3.3% of GDP and growing, and 54% of your constituents report that they participate in outdoor recreation. So it's a really important aspect of all of our lives here in Nevada. I also want to point out we did some polling, so kind of, again, at that very largest scale of what TNC does, we have commissioned some polling on public land sales. And, you know, Nevadans, just like all Westerners, really oppose public land sales in general. But I also want to point out that, you know, again, the Nature Conservancy and our colleagues recognize the need to develop in a lot of places. I don't want this to sound like we shouldn't dispose of any public lands. Obviously, as communities grow, there's a reasonable way to do this. It's sort of more the broad sale of public lands that I think people get nervous about. Moving on, I want to point to an analysis that we've been doing in the West that's trying to help folks think about really large-scale planning for development and recognizing that we are going to do lithium, there are going to be lithium mines, there are going to be gold mines. We work with those industries. There are places that are higher conflict and there are places that are lower conflict to put those facilities. And of course, gold is where you find it. But this map shows an analysis that we've been working on, which basically just highlights red being areas that have high conflict and therefore permitting is going to be more challenging. There are going to be more roadblocks and there's going to be more conflict likely in developing those facilities versus areas that are yellow where there's lower conflict and that may be more appropriate to develop. And the takeaway point here being there's quite a bit here that is low conflict and we should really try and focus on those development activities ending up in those lower conflict areas where we have that ability. This has not been published yet, it's coming, but I wanted to give you guys the preview. Many of you may be familiar with my colleague. We're going down in scale here. Now we're just at Nevada. My colleague, Dr. Laurel Saito, has done incredible work mapping groundwater-dependent ecosystems and discussing strategies and actions to manage the threats to those. And it's a great example of a tool and a database that can be used in all kinds of different contexts to help think about how we manage those really critical groundwater ecosystems that are both, as I said, so important to our rural communities, but also important to wildlife. And now we get to the sort of more on the ground stuff that I'm really proud of. We work in the sagebrush ecosystems in particular on a variety of topics. We work on flexible, accountable grazing. We work on restoring rangelands that have been affected by fire. And we work on riparian restoration. And this is where it gets fun. So this is a project that we did with, that we are still doing with Nevada Gold Mines as an offset project for their mining activities. This is an area, this is a burned area from about 2007 called the Boohoo Fire. It's basically pure cheatgrass, or it was. As part of their mitigation, they committed to restoring this area for sage grouse habitat. And I'm really proud to be a part of this project that made it look like this. This is full of bunch grass communities, sage grouse, sagebrush, and now we think, although the monitoring isn't fully in yet, a increasing population of sage grouse. So sort of the, if you build it, they will come promise may actually be coming true. Takes a ton of effort, I'm not gonna lie, but to me, it's really hopeful when we have fires like we just had north of Reno and Sparks, and on the Paiute reservation, the Pyramid Lake Paiute reservation, that if we can get that area, those areas back if we really want to, and we devote the resources to it. I also want to talk a little bit about rivers. And I want to talk a little bit about little rivers, which are the ones that we have here in Nevada. I'm sure you guys have heard presentations about low-tech process-based riparian restoration. Those of us who say it every day, just LTPBR. They're often called beaver dam analogs or other things, and we think dam and we worry that it's gray infrastructure. But in fact, it's things like these. We're throwing sticks and stones into creeks, and it's helping restore these creeks to natural function. That means they can store water, they can cool down water, they can provide better habitat, and if there's a flooding event, they're more connected to the floodplain, and they can have more resiliency in flood events. So it's a really easy lift with a couple of volunteers and some waders. If you feel like you need them, you can put these things together and start to kind of kick these systems over the edge back into a more functioning system, and then they start to function on their own. So it's really just a nudge for areas that have been degraded over time. And we are doing this work. We're actually actively hiring somebody to pick up some of this work in Elko County. Really excited to work with local producers in that area and the BLM and the Forest Service to put more of these in place on our lands. Again, I think we can often worry that they're kind of scary. These are not scary. These are small, and they can do amazing things. I also want to point out the value of healthy riparian systems. In many cases, they can actually help us anchor against fire. This case, they did not. This is the Jake's fire. But they can be really important for anchoring against in a wildfire event. But they can also serve as refugia. The animals in this wildfire had a place to go, which is really valuable in one of these horrific events. And you need to have enough width for them to really function that way. So this is a healthy riparian system with a bunch of beaver dams, and it's survived through this pretty catastrophic fire. This is the Jake's fire. And now I'll turn it over to my colleague.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Mervyn Wright. I am the Nevada Restoration Tribal Liaison, working for the Nature Conservancy and the Reno Business Office. And my job is certainly to outreach to Nevada tribes, bring them to the table for participation in the Nevada Native Seed Partnership. The Nevada Seed Partnership consists of federal, state, NGO representatives, university representatives from around northern Nevada. We get together and work to maximize the opportunity for native plant restoration projects, native seed production. And as you can see in the top portion of this photo, these hoop houses are established, and we have a number of hoop houses on reservations where it is my intent to work with tribes to promote native plant propagation for native seed production. And then below you could see one method of seeding after burned areas is aerial seeding, but we also provide opportunities for grain drill seeding the seed mix builder app, or the seed tool that is under production. It's almost completed. Is a very useful tool. As you could see, the polygon includes a number of attributes that are included in this application, which identifies the native plant. It includes information like soils, the aspect, the slope, and elevation, which is very important when we move to build a seed mix for restoring areas. It is a geographic information system, or GIS operation, that we are very hopeful that as this seed tool becomes available, that more and more GIS type representatives are going to be able to apply it. Or the work I do, reaching out to tribes and working with representatives, primarily elder committees, elder programs. They're usually the ones with the most knowledge about native plants, environmental departments, natural resources departments, cattle association operations, grazing management operations, emergency response. These are just different groups that are available on our Nevada reservations that I communicate with to gain the interest and the valued interest in native plant restoration, native seed production, and just do the best I can to promote the traditional knowledge component of what we know out on the landscape with respect to the plant identification, the traditional use, traditional names. And I am not surprised that there is a large amount of knowledge that is still retained by our tribal representatives across the state. The last thing I just wanted to talk about is the relationship that we have with living ecosystems. In the time before humans, what represented life and the life cycles controlled survival. And then as us humans came along, we had to learn how to survive, and we had to learn from the living ecosystems around us, the animals, the plants, the birds, the fish, all of these living things taught us how to survive. And so as we continued to grow with the ecosystems around us, and this is not just speaking here in the Great Basin. I mean, we're talking about global communities around the world that had to do this. The plants were a very important part. I mean, if it were not for the plant and the plant evolution, we would not be breathing oxygen. And so we have to appreciate our plant life on a greater scale. And so one of the things that I try to promote is that understanding of where our plants belong in the cycle. And so what was talked about earlier with the groundwater dependent ecosystems, and Nevada being the driest state in the country, and you see all of the development occurring where there's a huge draw on our groundwater resource. These are some of the important topics of what we see in looking at the impacts of what happens to our groundwater dependent ecosystems. And what we have learned with time is that the long-term impacts are not realized for 30 years, for 40 years, and then something's done about it. Instead of looking at the immediate response to impacts, and let's respond to them appropriately. And so I just wanted to just conclude with that and how reliant we are on the ecosystem surrounding us.
Thank you very much, and we're happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you. Are there questions over here? Questions over there? I did have one question.
Geez, I guess we were that good.
You really covered a lot. And I wanted to go back to the projects that you do with the things that look like beaver dams, but they're not. And explain to me how this helps to repair the ecosystem in that area again.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. And I don't know if we're going to pull this up, but in case we're looking at them. So the beaver dam analogs, or BDAs, oftentimes you also will hear the word PALS, which is a post-assisted log structure, I think. And what they're basically doing is you're trying to kind of use the power of the water to help recreate the natural structure of that stream based on the size of stream it is and the kind of landscape that it's in, the landscape context it's within. So a lot of times you're using these kinds of structures to do one of two things. One is to actually hold back and slow down water, and the system slowly aggrades kind of back up. You can see from this picture, oh, nope, you can't see from this picture. You can see from this picture that at one point this stream was probably about 3 feet higher, and it degraded over time. And so we're not going to go back that far. It's just not going to happen. But we can create kind of a natural meander and a natural structure in this stream channel that will be better for habitat and more connected to the floodplain, has a lot of different benefits. So you're either kind of holding back the water to slow it down, drop the sediment, and slowly build it up over time. Or in some cases, you're actually using these structures to divert the water from side to side and create some force that actually adds sediment to the system and helps these processes kind of, again, sort of jumpstart these processes so that it kind of goes back to a natural structure. I will say these are all, in general, intended to fail, right? They're short-term structures that are intended to jumpstart the system. In some cases, you may see beaver actually come back to these systems, depending on where they are, depending on if they're desired. Sometimes they're not. We have agricultural systems too. But they can help create the conditions into which beaver would like to work, and then the beaver take over from there.
And geographically, does this happen all over Nevada, or are there certain areas where these projects are more successful?
Great question. The desert systems, the flashier systems, have a little bit different hydrologic kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Context. I'll just say context. So I know there's some work going on in like the Virgin River nearby here that's going to be using some of these techniques, and there's similar work across the way in Utah in these desert ecosystems. That the way that those structures work is a little bit different than in more perennial systems where you're trying to create habitat and have water that's there kind of mostly year round at least. So they are useful in a lot of different places, but they look a little different, and their goals are a little bit different depending on the geomorphology and the hydrology of the system.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, thank you so much for sticking with us this day and giving your presentation. I found it very interesting and appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That will close out this agenda item. This will take us to agenda item number 11, the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition.
Oh. Good afternoon, Chair Scheibel and members of the committee. Thank you so much for having us here today, and thank you to the Moapa Band of Paiutes for hosting us. My name is Jackie Spicer. I'm the Coalition Coordinator with the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Olivia Tanager. I'm the Executive Director of the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter and a proud founding member of the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Villanueva. I'm the Nevada Community Conservation Specialist with the Wilderness Society. And yeah, today I am joined by my co-presenters to talk about the intersections of public lands and housing. So I'd like to start off by giving a little bit of background information on kind of why we're here talking about public lands and affordable housing. So in 2025, Senator Mike Lee proposed the sale of millions of acres of federally managed public land as part of the Senate Republican budget reconciliation package. It was one of the most significant congressional efforts in decades to mandate the disposal of federal public lands. Senator Lee argued that selling these lands would increase the amount of land available for housing and help address the nation's affordable housing shortage. However, many affordable housing advocates felt undermined by this claim. They argued that the proposal included no guarantees that affordable housing would actually be built on the land, and that many of the parcels identified for sale lacked the infrastructure needed to support new housing development. As a result, many housing organizations felt the proposal failed to address the root causes of the housing crisis. This concern led them to reach out and partner with the Wilderness Society and other conservation organizations to identify common ground. Together, they developed a set of shared principles that support both the protection of public lands and the creation of sustainable, livable, and genuinely affordable housing for the communities that need it. So what are the shared ground principles? The Shared Ground Aligning Affordable Housing and Public Land Priorities document is a policy framework supported by a broad coalition of national, regional, and local organizations that recognizes protecting public lands and addresses the affordable housing crisis are not competing goals. Instead, they can and should be achieved together. The framework brings leaders from both sectors together to move beyond the idea that we need to be in opposition with each other and focus on real, practical, community-driven solutions. It emphasizes that we don't have to sacrifice our public lands to create more housing. Instead, we can pursue policies that strengthen communities while protecting public lands that support recreation, local economies, wildlife, and quality of life. The Shared Ground document also addresses growing challenges, including years of underinvestment in affordable housing, increasing proposals to sell or transfer public lands without clear public benefit, and frustration with political solutions that don't effectively address either issue. At its core, Shared Ground is built around four key principles. First, it rejects the idea that large-scale public land sales are the answer to the housing crisis. Second, it supports proven housing solutions such as increased investment in affordable housing, zoning reform, and community-led development. Third, it says that if public land is used for housing, it should be done strategically on a limited basis and with enforceable affordability requirements. And finally, it recognizes that public lands are a shared resource that provides lasting benefits through recreation, conservation, local economies, and overall community well-being. These shared ground principles are the first of its kind, with both conservation and housing groups collectively pushing back and supporting each other's causes. Today, these principles are endorsed by a diverse coalition of housing advocates, conservation organizations, and community groups across the country, demonstrating that there is a broad agreement that we can protect our public lands while also making meaningful progress on affordable housing. And now I'll pass it over to Jackie.
The Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition was proud to sign on to the Shared Ground principles. We also want to mention that Nevada voters and Western voters overwhelmingly oppose efforts to sell off federal lands. 2026 polling indicates that 76% of Western voters oppose selling public lands for housing, even with rising housing costs. 80% of Nevada voters oppose the federal government selling public lands across the West to private interests, including 2/3 who strongly oppose the idea. Also, this last line was included in error. Please disregard. But the rest of these polling results are in the supplemental materials provided to the committee. We're here today to respectfully ask that any proposal to sell our public lands for development be scrutinized with consideration of climate resiliency and the potential impacts on frontline communities. We cannot ignore the consequences of sacrificing urban core communities when we expand our development footprint. Frontline communities will experience the worst climate change impacts caused by sprawling urban development on public lands. Las Vegas and Reno already grapple with some of the consequences of unsustainable growth, and threats of new sprawl development in both areas raises concerns of higher temperatures, depleted water resources, degraded air quality, strained public transportation, infrastructure costs, and more. The dire need for protection from Nevada's extreme heat cannot be overstated. Extreme heat kills more people than hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes combined each year, making it the deadliest natural disaster in the nation. Reno is the fastest warming city in the United States, and Las Vegas was ranked as the city with the most intense summer urban heat island effect in the nation. Sprawling cities are measured to have more heat-related deaths than highly dense cities, and Nevada's extreme heat hits marginalized communities the hardest, exacerbating inequities due to soaring utility bills, strained air conditioning, and lack of access to healthcare services. These conditions are not just uncomfortable, but are increasingly becoming a matter of survival. In addition, Nevada is the driest state in the nation. Colorado River projections are still dire, and this week more cuts to Nevada's water allocation were announced. In a 2020 study by Greenspun College's Public Communication Initiative at UNLV on climate change perspectives in Nevada, drought was ranked as the top concern by both rural and urban counties in Nevada. And despite impressive conservation efforts, dwindling water supplies mean development choices should reflect the reality of our shared water crisis. Safeguarding our water resources and utilizing sustainable water management practices are essential for all Nevadans, not just current residents, but future generations who will inherit the consequences of today's environmental stewardship. In terms of housing impacts, sprawl perpetuates historical housing inequities by creating new residential areas without access to public transportation. Sprawl diverts municipal resources from improvements in existing low-income communities to community improvements in new, wealthy outlying areas. In Nevada, transportation ranks as the top source of emissions and the most significant challenge in curbing the impacts of worsening heat, drought, and air quality. Sprawling urban areas experience higher carbon emissions and air pollution from more personal vehicle usage and more indoor air conditioning usage. Nevada's regional transportation commissions are facing budget shortfalls, and long-term sustainable growth plans should ensure that our communities have access to safe, reliable, and widespread transportation options, not adding further strain on our limited resources. Sprawl increases the distance between homes, businesses, services, and jobs, which raises the costs of providing infrastructure and public services. To summarize, our urban areas may not be ranked as the worst sprawling cities today, but building housing on public lands risks worsening climate impacts, increasing resource strain, and deepening social inequities. We encourage prioritizing plans to build on already disturbed lands, incentivize infill development, find better uses for vacant lots or parking lots, and ensure policies that protect both housing and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Olivia Tanager again for the record. So the reason, obviously, that we're talking about this before the Public Lands Committee is in Nevada, we've been presented with this dichotomy and this, we believe, a false choice between selling off federal public lands and solving the housing affordability crisis. It's late on a Friday, so I hope you'll excuse me reading a bit from notes just so I make sure I hit everything that I want to hit. But if housing affordability is our objective, and I believe it is our shared objective here, we really should evaluate which land use strategies actually produce affordable and attainable housing options, not simply which strategies produce the largest supply of raw land. The dichotomy between selling off public land on the exterior of the existing disposal boundary, or the ring around the valley as it's been referred to, on the basis of not having enough space is built on a fairly narrow proposition in our view, that the remaining supply of privately owned, vacant, immediately developable land is small, redevelopment options are limited because the valley is young and low density, therefore continued disposal is the essential solution. But that conclusion, we don't believe, follows the data that we have access to. Southern Nevada does indeed have a housing shortage and a housing affordability crisis for sure. But the relevant policy question is not simply how many vacant acres remain. It's whether the region is maximizing existing land, infrastructure, transportation corridors, and redevelopment opportunities before expanding its development footprint onto additional federal land, again, outside the ring around the valley. As we know, and as Jackie mentioned, infill is also a water and infrastructure strategy, which is particularly notable in Southern Nevada. I wanted to point to the City of Las Vegas's 2025 master plan. The implementation report associated with that master plan states that most infill development is more water efficient and identifies water conservation as an important consideration for future housing growth, which makes sense and is something I know you all are hearing about from your constituents, particularly our friends in Southern Nevada. So, I want to give you another reframing. Southern Nevada's land use debate can't be reduced simply to acres. Every acre at the edge creates different transportation, infrastructure, water, and public service obligations than housing built near existing roads, transit, water, and sewer infrastructure. We do believe, as was stated earlier, that process reform is necessary, but we don't believe that that's a substitute for land use reform. And I believe that's where the state legislature can play a really critical role. I know that there were bills brought last session to grapple with infill and figure out how to incentivize infill, conversations around funding in the infrastructure bank going towards certain projects that are going to have less impacts on public lands and on water. And so as those conversations continue, we ask that you consider the principles laid out in the shared ground framework that Andrea talked about and continue to see us as a resource in that. My organization has been intimately involved in this conversation around public lands and housing for a long time. And we have pushed off some of the proposals, to sell off public land that we believe would have a detrimental impact on our water resources, on the sustainability of Southern Nevada as a whole, and on low-income communities and communities of color in Southern Nevada.
Yeah, so just to close us out, we would just like to ask the committee to keep everything that we talked about today during our presentation in mind whenever proposals involving public lands or affordable housing come before you. These issues are often framed as though we have to choose one over the other, but the reality is that Nevada can protect its public lands while also addressing its housing needs. As you can see from the shared ground document, protecting our public lands and creating more affordable housing are shared public priorities. With careful planning and collaboration, we don't have to sacrifice one to achieve the other. And with that, we are ready to take your questions.
All right, Assemblymember Moore.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm looking at the future impacts of sprawl, and there's some areas that I do agree with, and I can see where sprawl could affect many of these issues. But one of the things I'm having a little bit of a hard time reconciling with is the infrastructure costs directly to taxpayers. And that's because a lot of us that live in Southern Nevada, specifically in Las Vegas, know that we have a lot of HOAs in Las Vegas. Some of the master plan communities in Las Vegas have up to 3 HOAs. And the reason we have so many HOAs in Las Vegas is because as we were sprawling out and building outward, that was a requirement from the many of the local municipalities, was that in order for them to permit those housing projects, they would have to create these HOAs, which then the homeowner would be responsible for paying those quarterly, monthly, annually, however they set it up, 1, 2, 3 different HOAs. Do you have any numbers showing what percentage of those infrastructure costs are directly covered by taxpayers versus the people that live in the HOAs?
Olivia Tanager again for the record. Thank you for the question, Assembly Member. I was just having a great conversation with your soon-to-be colleague, Assembly Member Davila, about this exact point yesterday. So as you can imagine, as we extend outward, we're going to need things like new transmission lines, new water pipes, new transportation options, right? And we know RTC is already struggling to fill their coffers as it is currently designed. And so as we sprawl further, that places further burden on things like RTC. We're going to have to find a way to pay for that. And so oftentimes what we've seen in other places is that does result in increased costs passed on to taxpayers. And so oftentimes sprawl is kind of socialized. The cost of sprawl is socialized amongst all taxpayers in a particular region. It's not borne necessarily by the folks who are only inhabiting the outward growing areas. To your question about HOAs, I think we're going to need to look into that a little bit more, but the figures that I recall off the top of my head, and I'll send you the report that I'm thinking of, indicate that taxpayers see about a 30% increase in taxes compared to for sprawl development compared to development of a similar size that is more infill oriented. So I believe it's about a 30% increase in the costs that we have to socialize amongst folks for sprawl oriented development.
Other questions from members of the committee? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess the first thing that pops in my head is basically your presentation is the exact opposite of the initial presentation today that we heard from Commissioner Kirkpatrick. You said you had a poll that the poll said that you don't believe there should be any public sales even for affordable housing. Now, earlier today, we were told that they need 23,000 acres of BLM lands. Currently, it's mainly done through fair market value. If you were to reduce that to $100 per acre and turn it all over to the local government agencies for affordable housing, according to your poll, you guys would still oppose that?
Olivia Tanager again for the record. I'll speak just for my organization, then if other folks want to chime in, they're welcome to. So Sierra Club has supported some of the sales of BLM parcels that are internal to the current ring around the valley. We've worked with the county on some of the nominations that they talked about earlier. So we believe there are instances that make a whole lot of sense because there are parcels that don't make a whole lot of sense for the BLM to continue to hold on to in Southern Nevada. But we do reject the notion that continuing to expand and expand and expand is actually going to be beneficial for Southern Nevada. We believe that there are some serious issues with that. Just to give an example, the city of Henderson published a report that indicated that the proposal for the Clark County lands bill that the county and Senator Cortez Masto have been working on would increase the water footprint demand in Southern Nevada by about 20% of its current usage. I don't think the math is going to pan out in our favor there. Colorado River doesn't look like it's getting any wetter. So I do think we need to be serious in how we're rethinking development going forward. And I, again, don't believe that we have to look solely onto public lands to solve our affordable housing crisis. But that's not to say we don't believe that some existing public lands shouldn't be utilized for specifically affordable housing.
Madam Chair, you only wanted one question. Can I squeeze in a couple more maybe?
Oh, no, we've lifted the one question requirement. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, the bottom line is you're not representing the Sierra Club here today. You're representing your coalition. Your coalition presented a poll to us that you clearly said 80% of Nevadans reject the sale of public lands. And then you said, as a caveat, even for affordable housing. So my question is, we obviously, in my mind, we have a huge problem in Southern Nevada and possibly Northern Nevada as well, because we have, at least partially, because we've had these giant, what was the term they used? Giant equity firms, BlackRock's, who I think of, purchasing substantial blocks of residential housing. So one of the ways to expand the affordability is to expand the supply. If we go on public land, which is everybody I think who studied this recognizes we have to do, even the Sierra Club, then to do that, if we were to give it to the county governments for affordable housing, you still would oppose that, even with all the evidences we have of an affordability crisis in Southern Nevada.
Thank you for your question, Senator Hansen. It's Jackie Spicer for the Nevada Environmental Justice Coalition. I would not say no, like, I wouldn't say this is like a blanket, no matter what, we are opposed to this. Like, affordable housing is incredibly important. What we're trying to do is more so draw attention to the fact that there are other options that we'd like to see pursued first, and that we want the considerations of what that long-term impact could be on like frontline communities, urban core communities. That we feel like is often left out of the conversation. It wasn't talked about earlier about what temperature changes could look like, air pollution impacts. So we're trying to make sure that this is part of the conversation.
Okay, fair enough. I will say that obviously we have limited times on these things. And when Commissioner Kirkpatrick, and I forget the lady's name, I can, knowing Marilyn Kirkpatrick, they have delved into those exact issues in depth, in detail for years. So the idea that you're going to come here as a Nevada Environmental Coalition and basically say, I don't think they've studied these things significantly enough. I think if Marilyn was here, excuse me, Commissioner Kirkpatrick was here, she would say, not only have we studied in detail, we've taken that into every consideration. And that still doesn't change the fact that we need to expand into public lands. And I think she may agree with you that maybe we should look at some other mechanism than fair market value, and make sure more of that public lands are sold in such a way that you can truly build more affordable housing. But this whole concept that you guys have thrown out here, which you honestly throw some really broad strokes out. And I think people like Southern Nevada Water Authority, the Clark County Commission, I think they've done a ton of what you're saying. They basically haven't given enough things to. This is a little bit of just a comment, because I think sometimes we get kind of a utopian view of things. But when you see the people that are actually in the driver's seat, like Chairman Kirkpatrick or Commissioner Jones, who basically said the same thing that she was saying, that we have this huge problem with BLM, and they're only able to get 50 acres a year. And at the rate they're going, it's going to be 40 years before we get anywhere near the amount of land we need. They have done these things. I think it's honestly, it's a little bit of a slap in the face to a lot of people in Southern Nevada who have worked very aggressively on trying to balance out so many of these things, and to just simply suggest, well, they haven't taken these things into account, and therefore we should listen to a poll that says no sales ever. And then you clearly are talking about the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act in pretty much opposition to it. It's like, okay, where are we going to go here, I guess? And to me, I think that's been addressed exceptionally well in the first thing. Yeah, there is no perfect world. There's never going to be an expansion in water, but there's absolutely a huge, huge demand for growth in Southern Nevada. That's not going to go away anytime soon. And I guess the commission can bury their head in the sand and pretend that, we're just going to ignore it and see if we can stop people from moving to Southern Nevada, but it's not going to happen. So they have to deal with the reality that's on the ground now. And I think after hearing their presentation this morning, they are dealing with all this. And the reality is there is no perfect utopian answer. But to simply say no more public land should be sold, and we have a poll where 80% of the people oppose it, I think it's not only disingenuous, but it's irresponsible, and it's a disservice to the people that have been working on this very aggressively for decades. Oh, that's my rant, Madam Chair. Pardon me.
And Madam Chair, if I could respond briefly to that. Thank you again, Senator Hansen, for your perspective. I do want to add that the Sierra Club has worked very closely with the county. We've worked with Sunwa. We've raised our concerns consistently over the past decade. And Mr. Vinny Spottelson, could certainly go into more detail about that than I can. He's had a longer history of having those conversations on behalf of Sierra Club. But we have engaged in good faith with the Senator's office, with the county, with the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and we do feel that some of the things that I raised today are still outstanding and haven't been adequately addressed through the processes that have been the processes that have been explored for public lands and housing. So again, the SNPLMA ship has already sailed, so we certainly aren't opposed to SNPLMA at this time, but we do remain, we're not able to support the Clark County Lands Bill as it's currently written.
All right. Other questions? I do have one more kind of specific question, because you did address some of the alternatives to disposing of public lands, which really are either redevelopment or developing vacant lots. Well, vacant lots, for lack of a better term, infilling. Approximately how many acres of infill are currently available, like exist, and then are also available for development?
So, Olivia Tanager again for the record. Thank you, Senator, for the question. There was I believe Assemblymember Moore referenced a study that came out by the Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada that identified over 80,000 acres of land that is potentially available for more infill-oriented development. There have been some debates about how much of that land is readily available or appropriate for affordable housing development, some conversations around the slopes on which you can reasonably available housing that's still going to be affordable. So I would defer to the numbers that the county gave earlier today on that with the 10,000 acres and then I believe of private land and then about 23,000 acres it sounded like of Bureau of Land Management land. There might be more parcels available than that to still make up the difference between what RTC identified and what the county identified today. I would say what the county identified today is probably the floor, not the ceiling of what's available in the disposal boundary as it currently stands. But again, that's why developing in a denser way is going to be mission critical for affordability and for continuing to protect public lands.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, we want to thank you for joining us this afternoon and for your presentation, answering all of our questions. That concludes this agenda item and takes us to agenda item number 12, our presentation from the Colorado River Commission.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, having us, members of the committee, thank you for having us. We're batting cleanup and we appreciate it. We're glad to be here. Actually, we do have a little bit to update you on. We do highlight here, that there's a statutory requirement that we do report on our programs and activities. So a good part of what we do doesn't have to do with public lands. So if you're wondering why we're talking about that, that's basically why. But we will, I know there's a little interest in a little update on what's going on in negotiations on the river, and Sarah will be here to give you a little update. We'll try to keep it at a high view. Things are a little sensitive right now. Let's see. We're an old organization, basically created in 35 when they created Hoover Dam. But the one important thing here I would like to note that we do have 7 commissioner members. 4 of them are appointed by the governor and 3 from SNWA. So we work very closely with SNWA, and these are our commissioners. The ones with the asterisks are the ones appointed, or appointed by the governor, and then the 3 come from us to us from SNWA. And frankly, we have a pretty good commission. A lot of them have been with us for some time. We recently, George Kahn joined us. September will be his first meeting, but he was in my position for 14 years up until 2010, and then he went up in the Northwest and worked, and now he's retired, but he has a lot of knowledge, so we've had him join the commission. The way I kind of break this down, because we do a lot of different things. So I think of us, we have a CRC Energy. We have hydropower. We have 23 customers, but they're large customers. And then we have a power delivery group. And this was something that was started back in the late 90s. Nevada Power was kind of struggling financially. They weren't owned by Berkshire at that time. And SNWA wanted a lot of redundancy on their substations, those kinds of things. And frankly, Nevada Energy at that time was paying out 95% in dividends, so the cash flow was a little difficult. And SNWA wanted more control over their infrastructure. And so they started building their own transmission line, and over time moved a fair amount of load onto their own system. And so currently we help operate that system with operation and maintenance. I'll mention that later. Then the other part of it, our kind of energy section is because they're not served for water pumping and wastewater treatment. They have a portfolio. So we have traders that manage and hedge power that's used for that system. And then, of course, CRC, water and environmental programs, as I mentioned, it would probably be at the top, but since we're going to have Sarah go at the end here, it's right there. And there's just a picture of the hydropower. It gives you a sense of what, that's from Hoover. And this gives you a little bit of the background, because sometimes people think that we own or operate the Hoover, and we do not. It's the Bureau of Reclamation operates Hoover. We have contracts for Hoover Power, Parker and Davis Dam, and also what we call CRISP, which is about 80% Glen Canyon Dam. It's the system that's in the upper basin, but we have contracts for powers from all those projects. Who we contract with is the Department of Energy. The Western Area Power Administration's under the Department of Energy. They market the power. That's who we negotiate the contracts with. And then we in turn contract with our customers, and these are our customers. So you can see we have some industrial customers. They're on the left. Those are left from the basically the Black Mountain Industrial Park in Henderson. That comes back from World War II when they had the needed magnesium, titanium, and then that was transferred to the CRC, and then in the 50s, and then we transferred it to private industry. And some of those businesses are still there. TIMET's still there. They work with titanium, and then we have our wholesale customers, which is all the electric utilities in Southern Nevada, Nevada Energy, Lincoln Power District, Boulder City, Overton, which also has Mesquite, and then Valley Electric. And then we have Southern Nevada Water Authority. And just to clarify, we serve them for water pumping and wastewater. It's not anything else, but sometimes if you'd like to see a tour, they have rows of pumps, and about each pump is about the size of a small car. And they have rows and rows of those, and those pumps move the water through the valley and then bring it back for treatment. And so part of the electric infrastructure we have here helps power those pumps. And then we have some state agencies that have some small Hoover allocations that some of that I believe was directly given to them from reclamation. So we help them manage that. Hydropower initiatives. This recently, we have Parker Davis contracts. They expire the end of September of 2028. So what we have to do is go through an allocation process. So we set up the criteria, go through an allocation process. The contractors apply, and then the commission determines how they're going to be allocated. We went through that recently, and so now we're in the contract negotiating stage with WAPA, and then we'll in turn do it with the customers who have been given an allocation of Parker Davis. The other initiative I would mention was a long effort. If anything came good from COVID, back in 2020, we were able to focus on this issue. And when I started working on this, there was 29 million in this account that was stranded. And over time, it grew to 52 million. Nevada played a very significant role. We had the commission support. We had Nevada congressional support, both on the House and on the Senate side. And then when we needed it last December, we had the Nevada governor support. And then we were also able to convince the solicitor with research that we had, because they had already come to 3 opinions, internal opinions that said we couldn't use the money. And we were able to convince them that we could. And so in May, they approved the 52 million. And it's kind of important because we need some new Whitehead turbines. And I'll show you why here. Because what's going to happen, or what they tell us, when Lake Mead is going to likely go below 1035, probably later this year, and it will go next year. We will drop down to 4 turbines operating out of the 17. They have a 5th one, but it's being repaired. So we're going to lose some hydropower. Now, I don't want anybody to freak. Nevada Energy, we're only 2% of their power portfolio, so it's not going to impact the Las Vegas Valley. It is a concern for Lincoln Power District because they're about 75% Hoover. You got Overton, they're about 25%, but still it's very cheap power compared to what they pay otherwise. And then you have Boulder City and Valley Electric. So, but the wholesale markets are a lot lower than they were a few years ago. There's some good news. But here's kind of why that is. And what happens and what we're told is what the studies are is when they go around 1035, the cavitation occurs and the cavitation in the bubbles, and it can destroy the turbines. Right now, they've never operated at 1035, but that's what the studies and that's what they think. So when they get to that level, we'll have to see, and they'll be pulling them out and taking a look at them. So they may be able to go a little lower, but that's what they're telling us now. So, but we do expect to see that in 2026 and then more so in 27. And then this is the timetable for they are working on acquiring and installing new Whitehead turbines. This is the kind of the timetable that you can see, but it will take some time. Looks like 28 and 29 and then 29. We also are then contemplating 2 additional ones, but I think it will take some time, and we're also, frankly, I'm in discussions with the governor's office. We're going to try to pursue some other funds, given we feel like reclamation maybe could have helped us avoid some of this, because we didn't learn about this till January 2025. So maybe we can coax a little bit of what we call infrastructure funds for additional Whitehead turbines. So then the next is our power delivery group, and then this is the group that runs the electrical system. The legislature gave us 3 new positions last time, which we greatly appreciate because it gives us the flexibility. Because not only, because I mentioned this started in 1999, so some of our infrastructure has gotten old. So we have to have the electricians to go out there and do the maintenance. And this is high voltage electricity. This takes special expertise to work on these things. And then also we've got some new projects that we did for Southern Nevada Water Authority on a transmission line, and then oversee the acquisition of transformers for what we call Garnet Valley, which is basically to get water up to Apex and then redo another one. And this just gives an overview of the system, and then I'll just catch up here. Here's the projects that we have that we've been working on. Boulder Flat Switchyard and Transmission Line. This is south of Boulder City. This is a 10-mile line that we oversaw the design and construction of it. And SNWA plans to have a solar project out there, and it takes the power over to the Meach substation, which is the Mark place where it can be delivered to them. And then there's the 2 substations. That's the transformers, you got to go through an RFP process, you got to find them. On this chart, there's 6 of them. There was two for each one, 2 for Mont Hill, 2 for Garnet Valley. And then we're helping Boulder City on a rebuild. And so we did 2 there. And they came from different parts of the country. 2 came from South Korea. And so then you have to go to Korea because you want to see these South Korea and have them tested before you put them on a boat and get them over here. So we were able to do that. And we actually have one of our staff members from South Korea. So she went with our engineer, and it helped facilitate that communication. But they are here and they're being put in place. So that all went well. Next is, I'll just touch on the Colorado River. We do have the environmental programs. I probably should let Sarah do this because she's very well versed on these, but on the lower, what we call the rip from the river down, from Hoover down, is what they call the Lower Colorado River Multi-Species Conservation Program. We just call it MSCP, basically. But they work on basically keeping compliance with the Environmental Species Act, making sure we keep that in compliance. And then the Glen Canyon Dam Adaptive Management Program is a program that's above Hoover and below Glen Canyon. And it's an advisory panel that gives guidance to the federal government on what they are deciding to do on river flows and that types of things. And then we're also involved in the Colorado River Basin Salinity Program. The Colorado River has naturally occurring salinity or salt, and so they work for ways to reduce that. And then we also do the water degree accounting, and that's we do the monthly. We basically calculate the monthly use of consumptive use of water, and then do a yearly report. And we work with the federal government on Nevada's use, and that's a requirement that comes out of the Arizona versus California case. And it's something that's very important, and be sure that we work on. And then we're going to let Sarah update. I did want to also, because frankly, it was a drive, and so we made a road trip. I wanted some of our senior folks to be here and see it. And so, of course, Sarah is our senior deputy director. And then also we have Gail, which is director of hydropower. So if Senator Hansen wants to get in the weeds on hydropower, we have Gail here. Because I know Senator Hansen used to exchange lots of emails with our former director, who was an engineer from Reclamation. So I brought Gail just for your benefit. And then also I have Warren, who is our Warren is our head of our what we call the Natural Resource Group. And then we have Finway Hung, who's just recently joined us, but he's a modeling analyst for Natural Resource Group. We stole him from Arizona State. He's very versed in the CRIS modeling, so we're very glad to have him, and Warren and him work very well together. So I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Hi, good afternoon. Sarah Price, the Colorado River Commission. Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Committee. Thank you so much for having given us the opportunity to report out to you today. So while we were sitting here this morning from 8:30 on, your timing is impeccable because today the Department of Interior actually released the record of decision as well as the 2027 and 2028 operating guidelines. So this is something that we have been working on for a very long time. Unlike our previous records of decision, this one does not come with consensus. This is not companioned with the 7-state agreement. We were not able to reach consensus amongst the 7 basin states. And nevertheless, Reclamation does need to be able to operate the river. So the record of decision is really a framework decisional document. It doesn't actually dictate the operations itself. What will happen is it's a 10-year period of a framework under which we will have 2-year increments of operating agreements. So the first 2 years, the 2027 and 2028, were released with us. It does not foreclose any opportunity for consensus and agreements, whether it's the lower basin or the 7 states. And depending on what those agreements look like, will also dictate what this looks like going forward. But I haven't really even had an opportunity to dig into the record of decision. But obviously the hydrology is dire and there isn't a whole lot of water. And this is an effort to try and manage the system with such low hydrology. And obviously we get 90% of our drinking water from the river. It's of grave concern to us in Southern Nevada. And we will be doing everything possible to work within the documents or otherwise be able to do what we can to make sure that Southern Nevada is as protected as possible. But on the silver lining for us in Southern Nevada is SNWA has done a really remarkable job in its conservation efforts. And so despite growing our population by 58%, we have reduced our consumptive use by 40%. And this will help us manage over the next couple of years what reductions we might be faced with and the challenges that we have in front of us.
So at that point, I think we're ready to just turn it over for questions.
Thank you so much. Questions from members of the committee? Senator Hansen.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The department decision that just came out now, we've always been if you go back to the 20s and whenever it was, they made all those decisions. Nevada was limited, I think, to 300,000 acre feet. California had like 10 million acre feet or some crazy number, exaggerated. Or it's a lot though, a lot more. Did the decision deal at all? Obviously, it doesn't matter since there's no water in the river practically at the moment, but in the future, if we have some decent winters and so forth, did any of that change the actual quantity that the state of Nevada can take off of the river?
It did not. None of the allocations that were provided to the lower basin states, the 4.4 million acre feet to California, 2.8 million to Arizona, and our 300,000 acre feet, those remain in place. It's just a matter of how much of those allocations each of the states will be able to utilize. But one thing to keep in mind with Nevada is we don't have agriculture. So the bulk of California and Arizona's water does go towards agriculture and not to the urban centers.
I think we should also point out they have 55 members of Congress and we have 5. So that might have a little bit to do with it too sometimes.
Perhaps.
Anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions from members?
I would just comment, we did bring the Upper Basin snowback slide and so as you know, I mean, there's a lot of drama with the river, but we did, if you look at that, you can see that snowpack this year was very low. It was close or lower as it's 2002. But keep in mind, statistically, you know, we should at least maybe start trending back up to the average. At least a statistician would tell you that. So yes, we've been with low before. Yes, there's a little less, but there's still, you know, I don't want to say it's as maybe it's dire as at least statistically it should. And that's why you can kind of see this year that the blue line is way below. But if we return back towards, you know, an average, get to a median, things should improve. I don't want to promise, but I want to be a little optimistic here.
All right, I think that covers all of our questions. Yeah, that covers
Okay.
it.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much for sticking with us. All right, that brings us to the conclusion of agenda item number 12. And we've already done agenda item number 13. Before we move to agenda item number 14, which is our second opportunity for public comment, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you for being here and thank the members of the committee for such an excellent interim committee and having so many great discussions and presentations. And I would be remiss if I did not thank our fantastic staff, my committee analyst, Jared McDonald, our legal team, Aaron Sturdivant and RJ Lemus, our secretary, Maria Velasquez. And we have our representatives here from IT. We have our amazing legislative police here. We also have AVH here. Our staff just really does an incredible job, especially on a committee like this where we ask them to travel hundreds of miles at a time and set up committee rooms for us in all corners of Nevada. And they do such a beautiful job ensuring that we're able to you know, hold these meetings in the communities where public lands are located. And I just want to thank my staff again so much for your dedication, for your time, and for all of your hard work over this interim. And looks like Vice Chair Anderson also has a comment.
So in addition, I think all of us, I think you just spoke beautifully for all of us when it came to everybody that's helping us, but also I wanted to thank you for the choices that you made for the different locations. It would be really easy for us always to go to, you know, very specific places that's a little bit easier for our RT people. And so they probably would have liked for us to always to be in certain very specific places. But I think the variety of places we went, we really got a chance to go to some places that had, I think, one stop sign at one place. Another place, there might have been a stoplight. I'm not sure. But more importantly, we really did get a chance to go out into the public. So thank you for those choices. It was a really wise choice. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And that's a great segue into thanking the Moapa Band of Paiutes for allowing us into your home and inviting us to meet here on tribal land. It was very important to me that we had at least one meeting on tribal land because we now share this land with the tribal nations and the state of Nevada. Of course, it was their land first, and now we have to co-manage it. But it really means a lot to me that the tribe was willing to allow us to have our meeting here. And so we just want to thank you so much for your hospitality. And I think Senator Hansen also has something to say.
I actually just thought I would like to thank you, Madam Chair, for running a very, very good committee, fair, lots of different locations. But also I think it's appropriate that we give you, frankly, a round of applause along with the staff for all the stuff they have done. So would everyone join me in thanking our staff and our Madam Chair?
Well, that was very kind of you. And that leads us into our final session of public comment. Anybody wishing to give public comment here, please come on up and go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, and thank you again for hosting this on Public Lands and for the invitation. I'm here to provide public comment in my personal capacity. My name is Tammy Tiger, Tammitiger. Do you need my address? Okay. Everywhere's a little different. I just wanted to make comments on two of the agenda items pretty quickly. How long do I have? 3 minutes?
As long as you need.
Okay, I'll be quick. So on agenda item 4, I worked 25 years with Clark County in the Department of Public Works and have personally and professionally witnessed the growth and development of our community, having lived here since the 80s, and just how quickly development can outpace roadway infrastructure and public infrastructure, and how costly it has been with the county to upgrade, to maintain, and to design, develop, and maintain that infrastructure. SNPLMA has been great in serving our community. In consideration of the Clark County Public Lands Bill, I just wanted to note that there are a lot of infill spaces that I would like to see prioritized and considered. As we drive through all these endless strip malls on our roadways, where there is already infrastructure to service those areas. And then also, I believe in the first Clark County Public Lands Bill, there was a consideration for land back and return of public lands to Southern Paiute tribes. And so I would ask that there is some consultation and collaboration with those tribes in consideration of the bill, that I know the county works closely with our tribal communities here. But that I just wanted to put that on the record, that if there is land back going back for development, that it's also going back for protection or development by Southern Nevada tribes. The second item I wanted to add to was our own item, agenda item 8. I wanted to ask you all play a very important role as public lands. As you know, over 70% of Nevada is public land. So I wanted you to ask yourselves what you can do to protect Nevada's public lands from federal policies that can be destructive to our people, our animals, our plants. One of the beautiful things that I love to share about our state is that we are home to 32 endemic species, that we're home to the bristlecone pine that I love to hike to at Mount Charleston, which is also the origin place of creation for Southern Paiute people, and that it's the oldest organism in the world. And so just that you all carry such a significant role in helping us to protect those places and uplifting Nevada state needs to the federal levels. We have 2 areas that our Indigenous people are working in coalition to protect now. One is called the East Las Vegas Monument. It's along the east side of Las Vegas Valley. It's not only scientifically a unique geological unconformity on the planet, but it also has a cultural sacred place connection to the Southern Paiute people. That's part of that entire landscape up between the city and Lake Mead. The other place is located more central to the east. It's the part of the state where our Shoshone tribes are located. The place is in English, the Swamp Cedars. There was at least an Assembly Joint Resolution a few years back to protect it at the federal level, and the tribe continues to work towards that protection. Governor Lombardo recently designated it Basawabi Day, so he is aligned with the need and the importance of protecting the sacred place, not only for all of rural Nevada, all of Nevada to visit, but and also to respect the sovereignty and the sacred relationship that the tribes have with that area. And so in addition, I just wanted to quickly note what that Section 106 impact to our tribal nations means. So Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act is a federal review process that requires federal agencies to consider how their projects, permits, licenses, or funding decisions may affect historical properties. So for Native Nation, this includes places that we hold cultural, historical, religious, or spiritual significance, such as sacred places, burial places, traditional cultural landscapes, and our ancestral homelands. It requires federal agencies to consult with Native nations before making decisions that could affect these places. And so that just adds to the importance of tribal consultation and collaboration, and fast tracking these permits or fast tracking anything without even current NEPA analysis could be detrimental not only for tribal nations, but for the rural communities and everybody else that chooses to visit these places. And so thank you, and thank you for all of your work.
Thank you so much for your comments. Anybody else wishing to give public comment here in person in Moapa? All right, I don't see anybody coming up, so we will go to the phones for any additional public comment.
Callers, if you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Again, if you would like to provide public comment, please press *9 now. Chair, there are no callers choosing to provide public comment at this time.
All right, this is our very final call, but seeing nobody coming up to give public comment, I will close this period of public comment. That takes us to agenda item number 15. I just want to reiterate my appreciation to our staff, all of you, and our committee. And that concludes the final interim committee meeting of the Nevada Interim Legislative Committee on Public Lands. We're adjourned.